All right, y'all, we here. Hang on one second. Bow, bow. We here, baby. We here. Casey's here, getting a few things situated over there, but we good. Show starting.
Hey, Riggs.
Yeah. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We a number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one
Hey,
spot.
vibes are up, baby. Vibes are up. Welcome in here to the Thursday, June 22nd draft day edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barley.
Acknowledge me.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
We are so happy that you are here with us on a day filled with hope, excitement, rumors, all sorts of things going on as the NBA draft is tonight. Complete coverage of tonight's NBA draft right here on ESPN 1320, beginning immediately following our show at 4 o'clock. Before we get into the wild night that was last night in the association, I'm excited to see how Kings fans feel today. Curious what their emotions are, what their excitement level is. And as I was thinking about the draft this morning, it's fascinating to think how different tonight's going to be than in years past. It's fascinating to think how different the path is to the NBA versus what it used to be. Like you got Victor Wembanyama going, right? You got Scoot Henderson. You've got the Thompson twins. You got Brandon Miller. Like all of those players expected to go, within the top 5, 6, 7 of the draft.
Right.
And we got an overseas player. We got a G League Ignite player. We got overtime elite players. We got a kid who went to the University of Alabama. Like the road to the National Basketball Association is drastically different than what it used to be. And this is going to be, I think, an amazing draft to really lay out what these young, talented men could do, juniors in high school, seniors in high school, people who, the guys that don't want to go to college and go to the G League, the guys who want to train for basketball, like the overnight league, or like the Brandon Millers who want to go to places like, Alabama, and you've got a couple of guys from Duke here who are going to go early in the draft. It's really it's an incredible testament to the way the game of basketball has grown.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And I love seeing it. I love seeing the different ways and the different paths that these young men can take to reach their dreams and reach their goals. And like you said, tonight is a testament to it. Tonight, it's on full display. We've got the top probably 4 or 5 picks, all coming from different walks of life, from different avenues to get to this one point, to get to the NBA. It's only going to help the NBA. It's going to only help continue to grow the NBA. And the NBA is able to grow with the times.
Yeah.
Like it's not just college anymore, and high school to college, and and all this other stuff. And there's an age limit, so you can't go straight from high school. They're giving you different avenues. I think, if I have it correctly, Scoot has been with the Elite for 2 years. He left after his junior year in high school and started to become a pro. So I love seeing it. I love seeing the different ways for these young men to manifest their dreams. And like I said, it's on full display today.
It is. It's going to be an amazing night for NBA fans. It's going to be an amazing night for Kings fans, and it's going to be an amazing night for those young men who are going to have their dream come true tonight. We've got the TVs in front of us. We've got our phones in front of us. I said vibes were up. Well, not all of us. Not all of us had our vibes up.
Yo.
Just a quick welfare check.
Dude,
But-
we hit the music or whatever, and I just got instantly pissed off again.
Young Zell pissed off Jesse. Young Zell ain't do nothing to
I-
nobody.
Like I got time to sleep on it and all that, and
Yep.
I hate it.
I would have
hate it.
I would have bet Brad Stevens traded Jaylen Brown before trading Marcus Smart.
Mm.
I imagine Brad Stevens curled up in a ball sobbing after making that deal last night. I kind of imagine Marcus Smart doing the same thing, to be honest with you. That's not a pairing that and I'm talking about the Marcus Smart, Brad Stevens pairing. I did not see that splitting up at all.
Look, I'm gonna tell you like this. I'm not going to be disrespectful to Marcus Smart and what he brings to the table.
Well, man, you have been for like 3 months, so
And
why stop now?
I never have been. Don't listen to the media.
Okay.
I'm not going to be disrespectful to Marcus Smart and say that the Boston Celtics got better today. I will say they got balanced today. This was a move that was necessary. I've been saying it's been necessary, and it has nothing to do with Marcus Smart. It's just the construct of the team. I mean, one of those three had to go, and it wasn't going to be Tatum. And because of the contract situation, it wasn't going to be Jaylen. You could convince me that it should be Jaylen. You can convince me that. I probably would disagree, but I can understand the reasoning. But now you got this contract situation in there. It was never going to be Jaylen. Something had to change.
Well, they don't have to offer Jaylen that contract.
They don't have to, but they probably should.
Okay. I'm saying they don't have to. Like,
If I'll put it to you like this.
there's no contract situation for the Celtics. The contract situation is for Jaylen.
Right. But
Jaylen is almost in a position where he can't turn it down.
Right. But I would say if one of the reasons, if you were going to not offer that contract, if you were Boston, also you could keep Marcus Smart, that would be wrong.
I don't think they were going into this offseason. They're like, we got to trade one of the three. I mean, like, yeah, they came up short again, but I mean, looking deeper into it, they were only a game out of the finals again. Like, I don't think that you needed moves or whatever. Like, they did need to move one of the point guards, and obviously it was supposed to be Brogdon, but yeah, now it's Smart.
Okay, so that's actually the start of this whole thing is after hours and hours and hours of Shams and Woj tweeting the identical thing over and over and over again for reasons known to no one. The deal that they were tweeting about ultimately fell apart. And apparently, much to the, I'll just call it frustration of our esteemed executive producer, the Clippers have taken a stand on injuries.
Well, look, hey, I understand.
They have said enough is enough. It's time for a change.
The Clipper Shamrocks out here. I understand Jesse's frustration. I understand the Boston Celtics fans' frustration. But let's just call it what it is. They tried to sell the Clippers a lemon.
See, no,
They tried to sell them a lemon and get away with it. And the Clippers were like, hold on.
Well, some would argue they got a couple of lemons already.
Yeah. Okay. You know what? For one, like, you've been in the emergency room for NBA players the last, 3 seasons. All of a sudden, you're too good for that. Malcolm Brogdon, he's supposed to be ready for the start of the season.
He's supposed to be ready.
Look, he can't even say what his face is. They tried to sell this team a lemon, man. They tried to sell him a lemon. And the Clippers said, hold on a minute. I know we got the damn mash unit here, but that doesn't mean we're actively pursuing these mash units. We'll deal with the ones that we have. We're not out here trying to get more. And the Clippers said no.
My thing is, like, why did you say yes, like, to start then? Like, why? I don't get why it took till the end of the night for them to be like, okay, yeah, no, we're gone. Because we knew Malcolm Brogdon was hurt in the conference finals and all that.
So one of the things that I read about this situation was typically when something like this happens outside of the draft, you do something like that, you agree to the trade, and you check you like get your doctors in on the physicals and all that stuff, the injury history, after it's already done with. In this particular case, there was draft picks involved, and I think the number 30 pick was going to go to the Clippers. And they're just saying one of the hangups might have been if the Clippers came back and didn't like the physicals of what they saw, they could potentially be looking at being stuck with, it wasn't necessarily Brogdon. It was stuck with a player they didn't want to draft.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where they're like, all right, like I'm assuming they were like, we can't be stuck with a player that we don't want, that can't play for us, and a rookie that we didn't even want to draft. And they backed out.
This was the NBA last night.
And at center from Texas A&M, number 6, DeAndre Jordan.
Now, what did I do wrong? What did I see wrong?
That's
Whoa.
a slept-on classic right there.
Woj and Shams looking around like,
It is gone. But caught.
all right.
I've never cared about the Clippers like that or whatever, but the Clippers made it into me for life.
Oh,
yesterday.
okay.
I'll never forget their role in all this.
The range of emotions that went on in the group text last night, from the deal falling apart to the Celtics landing Porzingis to moments later trading Marcus Smart was something. We also, you know how much I love Marcus Smart.
Yeah.
He got moved for a player in 2-1s.
Yeah.
That's
On paper, they got like a solid return. If I take my
That's
fandom out of
incredible.
it, they got a really, really good return.
they got two. No wonder they were talking 4-1s for OG Anunoby.
I mean, here we go. Kenny hates Marcus Smart.
You do
That's a
hate
lot.
Marcus
I
Smart.
mean,
it is a lot.
It's a lot for Marcus
It is a
Smart.
lot. I love Marcus Smart. You hate him, and we can agree. It's a lot.
That's
I don't
a
know
lot
what
for
Marcus did to you. Did Marcus
got
wink at
love for
Jazz at the
Marcus
Celtics
Smart.
game?
I got love
Man,
for Marcus Smart.
This how you talk about people you got love for? What do you say about me when I'm not around?
I said that
Dang.
you should, you definitely go for 4-1s.
Yeah, right. Kenny tried to trade me for cash considerations.
The thing about this, though, is like Boston did trade probably their best playmaker or their second best, depending on if you take Tatum over Smart or whatever. So they do have a hole at point guard again.
They do. But it's you can feel it easier now. Because like I said before, if you would have kept this team as is, say you don't get Porzingis, if you would have kept this team as is and brought in a point guard, say you went and get Chris Paul, what's that fourth quarter looking like? Chris Paul, Marcus Smart, Tatum, Brown, and Rob Williams? You got 4 guards and a center going up against, I don't know, Aaron Gordon and Jokic and all this other stuff. Like, they were unbalanced. It wasn't Marcus Smart's fault.
Had him in the NBA
Somebody
finals,
had
at
to
least.
go. Huh?
At least you had him in the NBA finals there.
Right. Well, if you went up against, I don't know now who
Now,
we
see,
talking
I don't
about yesterday?
know.
Indiana. You go up against Indiana in the
Wow.
first round against that.
Oh, okay. I thought you had
No,
Indiana in the
no.
conference finals. I was
No,
like,
no.
wow, what a turnaround that
No,
was
no,
from
no, no,
yesterday.
But I mean, that's
CP3 just got traded for Jordan Poole. I'm assuming. I just looked at the notification.
Yo! Yo!
Like that just happened.
Well, is it a
Chris
three-team or
Paul
he
is
went to the
going
Warriors?
to the Warriors for Jordan Poole.
Damn.
Go straight to hell.
Damn.
They got Chris Paul back for Jordan Poole.
Well, what do you think that's like? What do you mean?
Chris Paul
Yeah,
is going to the Golden State Warriors, and they were able to unload Jordan Poole
Wow.
for 1 year of Chris Paul.
And Washington just got Tyus Jones.
bro, what's going
Bro,
on?
it's good to see you're still dying. God damn, you're dying on draft day. God bless it.
I'm still a chain smoker, everybody. I'm still a chain smoker.
The Warriors landed Chris Paul.
Do you want to go to break or do you want to?
First of all, I don't want to do anything. This is what I want to. This is what I want to do right now. Bonte, if you're listening, you can kiss my ass. If you're a Golden State Warrior fan, you can go straight to hell. How do they keep pulling these rabbits out of their hat?
Well, do you know how?
And I'm not even talking about. Look, we could talk about Chris Paul and whether he's going to be healthy. We could do that for eternity. They just got off Jordan Poole's contract.
That's fine. That doesn't bother me. I think they're crazy for trading him. Here's what's going to happen. Draymond's getting all his
Unbelievable.
money, and Clay is getting all his money. Have fun. Have fun.
I swear to God, I love Chris Paul. If this is the first year Chris Paul is healthy, I'll never forgive him. I'll never forgive Chris Paul if this is the first year he's healthy.
Okay, what are they going to do? Now, it doesn't matter because I think the thing they were trying to do was get off the contract and have the space, and they achieved that. But basketball-wise, what Chris Paul going to play in crunch time? No.
Chris Paul's not playing in crunch time?
Who's going to – what, you going to go Chris Paul, Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Wiggins, Draymond?
Yeah.
Draymond? Gonna guard Jokic?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Yeah, that's what don't get mad at me. I didn't sign Draymond Green to an extension.
They tried to bench Looney in that second series, and we see what happened there. They tried to go with Draymond.
They
as the
didn't try to
center.
bench him, Kenny. He was sick.
My bad.
Don't you remember?
My bad. My mistake.
He was sick
My mistake.
for 2 days until Steve Kerr let it slip that he in fact wasn't.
My mistake. My bad. Well, I mean, we saw how well that worked.
I can't
out.
believe this. They picked Draymond Green over Jordan Poole. Jordan Poole's 24 years old, and they picked Draymond Green over him.
I've been saying they're crazy for trading Jordan Poole.
You know what? Now that I think about it, I'm changing my tune. 3 years, $90 million. That's what they're doing. 3 years, $90 million. Draymond Green's getting $90 million.
And they're gonna pay Clay.
Tomorrow.
They're gonna pay Clay.
They can't pay. Clay due for 48 this year?
They got the money now. They got the money.
I don't like this for the Warriors. I'm not gonna lie.
No, it's good that they got some flexibility.
Just they got off of that contract.
But what they did, and tell me if I'm wrong, I don't think they are going to save themselves with the cap. They'll save themselves with the tax.
Well, they'll bring themselves lower, and this might. I don't know how close they were to the apron. Like I don't know what their numbers were for that second apron and how much that would have hindered them. Moving Jordan Poole for the next 4 years. You're getting off $20-something million for the next 4 years.
Yep.
That's huge for them.
Yeah, that's huge for them.
Because
the money is a good thing.
Chris, you can get off next year.
Yep.
Pause for nothing.
Yep.
Chris Paul headed to the Golden State Warriors. He just said because he's promoting his book. And I just read a quote. I don't know what the interview was from. I don't know why we haven't had Chris Paul on the show. I think we're the only show he hasn't done. He said when he was in Houston, all they did in Houston, and I think Daryl Morey has said this in the past, but Daryl Morey's a D-bag, so you just kind of ignore him. All we did was prepare for Golden State. Like when you have a team like that's our singular focus was beating the Golden State Warriors. I got to know how he feels about this.
It's funny you say that because I can't wait. Drew Down's in here. I can't wait to see
Drew Down. You can go to hell.
Monte, Butcher, all these guys. You know how bad they've talked about Chris Paul for the last 5 years?
We need Bonte.
You know how bad they've talked about this man for the last 5 years?
We need Bonte
and everything
here.
is candlestick will. How crazy they've talked about CP3. And now they're going to root for him. Okay. Okay. It's the equivalent of if Draymond came to the Kings. That's what it is for Warriors fans and Chris Paul. They've talked so bad about this man. He's a bum. He's this and that. He's bad for the NBA. He's flopping all this other stuff. Now y'all gonna root for him. All right.
There's all of that too. And there's the thing, Steph Curry masked a lot of the Warriors' issues the last two postseasons. He carried them that year they won the ring or whatever. Like it wasn't Draymond, it wasn't Clay. Wiggins did help that year they won the ring, whatever. Steph carried them that whole postseason. Carried them this postseason, but you couldn't get past the Lakers. And you're going to run it back with those same guys? Like we've seen the last 2 seasons, they aren't what they used to be. I figured my thing would have been get rid of Draymond can stick around or whatever, but you move Clay, move some guys or whatever, and you bring in some younger guys so you can try and win a championship with Steph. I don't think you're winning it with these old guys right now.
Maybe they move off Clay. Maybe. But it doesn't seem like that's what's going on. And Dre.
I don't think so.
Like I said, Draymond, I've said it from day one. Please re-sign him. Please re-sign Draymond. I'm a Kings fan. I want the easiest path possible as far as trying to get everybody out the West and all this other stuff. So I look at all these teams and I say, hey, I wouldn't want you to do this because that would be tough. That'd be a tough look for the Kings. I wouldn't want you to do this because this would be a tough look for the Kings. I want you to sign Draymond.
Oh, they're going to.
I want you to sign Draymond. Make that happen.
They are going to. Oh, what are they going to call this lineup? The Ultra Death lineup.
Now,
Jordan Poole's 24 years old, man.
Hey, now this is funny.
That dude gets punched in the face by an absolute jackass and is blamed for it by that dumbass fan base. Except Drew Down.
Yeah.
There are a handful of.
I'd say 10.
Collectively.
7 to 10.
Yeah.
7 to 10 people. You don't think we can find 10?
I didn't know. I didn't know if we could find 7. That's fine.
But hey, this is funny though. Bebe in the chat says, now we know why Middleton opted out. Giannis to the Warriors, unfortunately. They trying hard too. They trying hard.
Oh man.
Giannis got what, 2 years left on his deal?
I hope Chris Paul just says no. No, I ain't going there. Buy me out, Joe Lacob. You got the bread.
Hey, look here. Good for Jordan Poole too, to get paid and get out of that situation.
Yeah.
Good for Jordan.
Oh man,
it shouldn't be that way. It shouldn't be that way, but good for him.
Now he's like, now he's stuck in Washington. Like, what's he gonna do there?
He gets to put up as many shots as he wants to.
Man, that's trash, dude. Jordan Poole's a good ball player.
He is, and he didn't. I say good for him because he didn't deserve the blame and all that other stuff that he was getting in Golden State. Now get away from there, start a new career. You got your money. Good for him. I'm happy for him.
Yeah, I guess good for him to get on a team, to have his money to do all of that. But Jesus, goodness gracious. Chris Paul headed to the Golden State Warriors. Jordan Poole headed to the Washington Wizards. We could just throw the show out the door. There was a question. Does a big move happen today? Well, that's about 5 segments from now, and the answer is yes.
Man,
4-year, $128 million contract. That starts, by the way, this year.
Yeah.
Are they building around Jordan Poole?
I mean, I think he's a piece. I think they're gonna. Now that's the crazy thing with the Wizards. They did all this over the last 5 days. Didn't get 1 first-round pick in return. That's ridiculous. How does that Celtics trade go down, and they get the first-round picks and not you, Washington?
Well,
how?
Maybe Brad Stevens is better at his job than
how? You guys taking on all the money, making all the moves and everything, and you can't get. They didn't get a first-round pick in the Bradley Beal deal.
The Celtics got a better return from
No,
Marcus
they sure
Smart.
didn't. They got pick swaps.
That's what I'm saying. All of it's going down in 5 days. Now we'll see what happens here. They're saying draft picks are part of this. Future draft assets are part of this.
Yeah.
So we'll see what it is. But
I think that I think they just. I think Woj tweeted it a second ago. I'll get it for you.
That is wild. The Celtics did get a better return for Smart than the Wizards did for Bill.
Well, but that's not fair, though. That's not I hate this analogy. It's not an apples to apples
no,
comparison.
what you tell the whole story.
Thank you. They had to do what Bradley Beal wanted, or not trade him. Like, those were the 2 options.
You can't get no.
He had a no trade. They don't have any.
I'm talking about out of the.
Well, no, there's no
thing.
excuse for that. But the Bradley Beal thing, they didn't have a lot of control over that, or really, they didn't have any. They literally had no control.
Do you think Miami was on the table, or do you think Brad Bill said no? I'm not going to Miami.
It's Brad's decision. It's literally Brad's decision. So I don't know I don't believe that there were the way that Shams framed it, that there were 3 deals put in front of Bradley Beal and he picked the one that he wanted. I don't believe that that's what happened. I think he wanted to go to Phoenix. I think he had always wanted to go to Phoenix. That's the deal they did. Maybe Miami presented something. Maybe Sacramento presented something. Maybe Milwaukee presented something. But ultimately, I think Bradley Beal had his heart set on Phoenix for whatever reason, and that's who Washington had to work with, which they didn't have any picks to move on.
Well, here's the deal. Here's where the conversation we had the other day about Dame Lillard in Orlando or Miami and what you would do and all this other stuff. Bradley Beal, we're not getting anything back in this Phoenix deal unless they change that up, give us a player or a pick or something like that. We're not doing it, Bradley Beal. Well, that's where I want to go. I'm not accepting anything else. Okay, you can sit your ass out. That's not good for our team. Like this what we was talking about the other day with Dame. That's not best for us to get nothing out of that. Now, you could say Chris Paul, they flipped it, and they're flipping that into maybe some picks with Golden State. But at the time, if you didn't know that, if you didn't know you were able to do that, which you probably knew you could do that, like, no, Brad, that's not a good deal for us.
So there's 2 things. How many times have you said show up somewhere and your hamstring hurts? Brad could have done that.
Sit out, Brad. We're not trying to win. Like, what's at stake for us?
Okay. You're paying me $50 million
Fine.
for the next 4 years.
whatever. I got to pay somebody $50 million anyway.
2, we can't sing the praises of Jordan Poole and then be overly critical of this because they took what they got back for Bradley Beal and turned it into Jordan Poole. So we either like Jordan Poole or we don't.
No, we do. Like I said, they may have known that they had this in their back pocket the entire time. So I don't
think they did. No, I don't think they knew.
Oh no,
I don't think they knew.
Maybe. I don't know. Maybe. But at the time, like, I've already, like, Brad, like, talk to these people and, like, either get us another pick swap, another player or something. We can't come out of this with Chris Paul and ship it.
Unbelievable. I hope the whole day is like this. Give me,
except for the Kings,
all the chaos.
Well, the Kings get people.
Well,
How
come the Kings don't ever land a deal where you look and you go, man, Rashawn Holmes would make someone a really good ball club. Goodness gracious.
That's crazy.
Chris Paul, Steph Curry, same backcourt.
We'll see what happens, man. We'll see what happens.
I can't get Bonte to return my text. Bonte, I'm just sending the link. He's probably scrubbing the internet of everything he said about Chris Paul.
They all
out there just deleting tweets. Twitter searching yourself with Chris Paul's name so you could delete it and talk about how you've always been a fan. You've always respected Chris Paul.
They would talk so crazy about Chris Paul, bro. I've been seeing it since they were down 3-2 when he was in Houston. They would talk so crazy. How many times you think all these people retweeted the video of him falling guarding Steph Curry? Come on, man.
Scrub the internet of it, Warriors fans. Come on, man. Call Olivia Pope. Y'all gonna need some help today. There's a scandal brewing in the Bay Area. Y'all gonna need some help. Bonte scrubbing text. He can't even return my he's scrubbing tweets. Can't even return my text. He clearing his Google search history and everything.
Yo, man, this is crazy. This is crazy. Mike Dunleavy at his press conference the other day. Anthony Slater got this. Mike Dunleavy on Jordan Poole. Quote, with this contract extension, we're planning on having him here for 4 years more at least. These dudes crazy, bro.
Let's step out.
This is crazy.
We'll step out. We'll come back. It's pretty clear. We're talking nothing but the association today. We're just getting started. We are with you for the next 3.5 hours. It's Steelin' with KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino. By the way, Andrej Stojakovic is going to join us.
Yeah, man.
He's going to join us coming up in about 45 minutes or so. Andrej Stojakovic will be with us. Callie Lawson-Freeman of Yahoo Sports is going to join us here in studio as well. Much more ahead. Again, we are just getting started. It's Steelin' with KC on Draft Day, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. That's how you start the show right there.
That is crazy. He's also got CP3.
That's right, Andrew. Throw the whole rundown out the window. Stephen Brown, why would you think the market for Jordan Poole must have been garbage? This is probably exactly what the Warriors wanted. They can shed salary now. You get a player for this year. It's a Hall of Famer. Potentially greatest point guard. Well, depending on how you classify Steph Curry of this generation. You get a shot at a championship with him, and then you move on. And not only is his $30 million gone, but the remaining $101 million that'll be due to Jordan Poole is gone.
They got the money.
Exactly what they wanted.
Yeah, they got off the money.
Man,
and they really didn't have to bring any back.
You brother, you are looking at this the wrong way. The Warriors got exactly what they wanted. Now they can sign your boy to his contract extension tomorrow.
Yo, this dude might get $30 million a year. Well, all right.
3 years, $90 million.
And I thought you said Cali, but Callie said it's Cali, like California.
That's what I said.
That's what I thought you said. She said, "Tell
Yeah,
Dino
that's what I
it's
always said.
Cali."
It's going back to Cali. Okay.
Poole could have had a Michael Bridges type moment now. I think Poole's going to flourish in Washington.
I think he's going to do fine. I just think they stink. He's going to do fine and no one's going to care.
They're going to be terrible.
He's going to do fine and no one's going to care.
But they'll build around him. I don't know if he's going to be like the franchise guy, but he's going to be at the very least one of their pieces.
Look at this little Warriors fan meet up in the chatty house. Y'all make me sick. Wipe that stupid look off your face.
That's crazy right there.
Warriors sending Poole, Ryan Hollins, a 2030 first rounder in 2 seconds.
Who cares?
They got a first rounder in 6 years.
Yeah. Wow.
You shouldn't be able to trade first rounders that far out. Like
6
there's got to be like a
years.
4 or 5 year cap.
That's wild. 6 years.
Let's see if Butcher Boys.
I read this exactly how you wanted me to. The game 916. I read it exactly the way you wanted me to. If you know basketball.
Would you have tried to keep both Draymond and Poole if you're the Warriors, or you're moving off of one of them?
I would have moved on from Draymond.
And if I didn't want to move on from Draymond, I would have kept them both and said, "You guys figure this shit out."
Well, now we know they picked one.
They sure did. Organization that stands for integrity. You only have to put one word in there. Quite frankly, this was the best move possible.
Going through the tweets, Butcher Boy is not in favor of this.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, man, what a day it's already been. It's draft day, baby. The Sacramento Kings are drafting at 24. You can catch the NBA draft here on ESPN 1320, beginning immediately following today's show. Of course, we'll have a full recap. Tomorrow already set for tomorrow's show. Bryant West will be with us.
Nice.
Kyle Matson will be with us.
And got something else to talk about now.
Yeah, indeed. Indeed. And then, of course, James Ham will be with us as well. For those just tuning in, and you haven't looked at your phone yet, Chris Paul is a Golden State Warrior. Because why not? The Golden State Warriors have traded Jordan Poole along with a 2030 first-round pick to Washington for and some other stuff.
So all jokes aside, I want to dive into this on a basketball level. Let's start with the Warriors. CP3. I don't even know what you do here with the starting, but let's just assume CP3, Steph at the 2, Clay at the 3, Wiggins 4, Dre or Looney 5, probably. I mean, how do you look at this team, both of you guys, just off top, how do you look at this team basketball-wise right now? Better? Did they get better today on the court?
No, I don't think so. I think CP3 is a little, I don't know if redundant's the right word, but I don't like the fit there. I don't like Draymond at the 5. I'd rather Looney be the starting 5 there, but I don't think that's going to be the case because you're not sitting Clay.
And here's the thing, because Drew Down says CP3 comes off the bench. I think they're convinced they can't play 2 bigs. So the reason why I put Draymond there, it should be Looney, but you think Draymond Green's coming off the bench?
No. We're not doing that whole circus of I thought it was best for the team.
So I don't think.
Then I'm gonna start the second half of every game.
Not even the next game.
They're gonna have a first half starter and a second half starter. Do I believe they got better? Sort of. Because I think this team is better than what they performed last year to a certain degree. I don't think they're a championship team. And as much as I love Chris Paul, and I do love Chris Paul, he has, if I'm going to be critical of James Harden, in the postseason,
Mhm.
I have to be critical of Chris Paul too. A lot of it to no fault of his own. But just as James Harden has a certain reputation in the playoffs, unfortunately, Chris Paul has the same one. That's all we're talking about.
Yeah.
We're not talking about a struggle. We're not talking about the Warriors aren't the Pacers conversation that we were having yesterday about can this be a play-in team? Can this be a top 6 team? The sole conversation with this core of the Golden State Warriors is can they win a championship and absolutely nothing else. There is no other component to a Golden State Warrior conversation than can they win the championship. And I still don't think I don't think it's anything more than age and father time that makes this team no longer a title contender. I believe they're very good. I believe they're better than you do. But I don't think they're a championship team.
Well, I mean, I think they're a solid playoff team, not playing team, playoff team. I look at it objectively speaking. If I'm a Warriors fan, if I'm Bonte, if I'm Drew Down and all these other guys, they won 44 games last year, had one of the worst road records of a good team we've ever seen. Steph Curry was gone for a lot of time last year, and Wiggins was gone for a lot of time. They still won 44. So without anything happening, like if they made no moves, that's not going to happen again. So I could see them getting the 48 that the Kings got at the very least. Without all the catastrophic things that happen not happening next year, that's worth at least 4 games. And if they play a little better, maybe it's a 50-win team at that point. So I think they can get to that. But I always thought there was a ceiling on this particular team. And I don't know if they were able to move past that with this deal. Like basketball wise, I don't know. I don't know what the fit is. It's almost like Phoenix. Like what kind of fit is this? And here's the thing. We're just talking about this season. Unless you trade Clay, like there's not anything that you can do. This is the team. So yes, it's good for moving forward. You got off that money of Jordan Poole, then you could be a little more active moving forward. Maybe. I don't know what the cap situation is. I don't know if that was more of a relief for the tax or the cap or both. But this year, unless you trade CP3 or Klay Thompson, this is your team. It's a bad mix. Like this, it's unbalanced. Once again, just like Phoenix.
To answer a question in the chatty house from our man James Tyree, this from Chris Haynes. Golden State will not waive Chris Paul and is looking forward to partnering with the star to make a championship run. League sources tell NBA on TNT and Bleacher Report. So that's Chris Haynes right there. Chris Paul will play for the Golden State Warriors. There's no buyout. There's no waiving. This wasn't just a big grand contract dump, though they did get the contract dump out of it. They plan on playing with Chris Paul. And Chris Paul, I assume, especially since that's coming from Chris Haynes, plans on playing with them. And interesting. So we didn't talk about this earlier. So let's look at the West right now, because all of this is about is Sacramento. Did Memphis get better yesterday?
Did Memphis get better? I would say.
I know how much you hate them. Yeah, I would guess that was
I would say they didn't get better. I think they might have stayed the same. And it really, to be honest with you, it's not necessarily about Marcus Smart. I don't know why they gave up Tyus Jones.
What do you think?
I think they got better. I think Marcus Smart, I think he's a better point guard than Tyus Jones. So I think he'll fill that role fine. They won't miss out there. And then once Ja gets back, you can have Marcus fill that Dylan Brooks role. Dylan Brooks last year was literally the worst shooter in the league last year, the worst field goal percentage. Marcus isn't that, and his defense is just as good, if not better. So I think they got better.
See, I don't think once again, I don't think Marcus Smart is a point guard. I've never thought that's why I thought so to me.
But he doesn't have to be a point guard the whole season, though, does he?
No, because Ja's there as well, and he feels that the shooting guard role in that respect. But they also don't have a backup point guard. And Ja is now starting, we'll see what happens, but he's getting into the category of, he's going to miss some games. Like, that's going to happen, whether it's to his own detriment or injury. Like, he's going to be down for some time. Now, we already got 25 games locked in. Do we think he's playing all the rest of the games of the NBA season? after the 25-game suspension?
I mean,
I don't think so.
know.
He's
I
getting,
mean,
it's early, but I would say he might miss 6 to 10 games with injury.
okay.
So, I mean, I think they're about the same. Marcus Smart is cool. I don't know if Marcus Smart moves the needle. Here's the other thing about his defense. I think he's a really good defender. Like, is he locked down like that?
Yeah, Marcus Smart, for my money, despite what Draymond Green thinks about himself, is the smartest player in the league.
That's fine. I mean, that's cool. I'm not saying he's not, but we're talking about like who's he guarding, who's he locking down.
I think Marcus Smart can guard any player in the league.
When's the
I
last
mean,
time
I
that
don't
happened in
want
the
him to guard.
playoffs?
I mean, him. I don't know.
When's the last time that happened in the playoffs, Justin? Or he just took somebody out of a series?
I don't know. Like
How many times does that happen? Period.
I mean, we talk about that all the time with Kawhi, with guys like that in the playoffs, like that level defender.
Yeah, I don't know that Marcus is like prime Kawhi. Like Marcus, I think, is closer to Paul George.
He's probably one of the 7 best defenders in the league right now.
Yeah, easily.
Yeah. So
Easily.
I mean, if you're that, yeah, you're locked down.
I mean, I don't want him guarding Jokic an entire
No,
series.
I understand it, but did he guard Jimmy Butler in this Eastern Conference Finals?
Tatum was on him.
Why?
'Cause
you got Marcus Smart.
Well, yeah, but Tatum's just as good, and Tatum was limiting Butler.
Yeah, Butler.
So Tatum is just as good as Marcus Smart.
Yeah, but Tatum is also like one of the better defenders too.
Okay. What happened in the finals? Marcus Smart guard Steph?
Stop, bro. That's one of the greatest players of all time.
Okay,
like
all right.
you could throw anyone there, and Steph's gonna do Steph.
I mean, Davion did a good job on him. All I'm saying is like
he
this whole
dropped 50.
Davion didn't play. That's what we're all upset about. We were like, where's Davion Mitchell?
Okay.
Like he was playing a good job, doing a good job on him. I'm just saying, like this whole thing.
So Davion Mitchell is better than Marcus Smart?
No, I don't think that. I just think that Marcus Smart, I think he's probably a better defender than Marcus Smart today.
Okay.
Marcus Smart is intelligent. He knows how to help. He knows where everybody else should be. Like Marcus Smart is a better team defender, probably, and more experienced team defender than Davion Mitchell. But we talk about Marcus Smart like he's gonna take somebody out of a game. I don't think he's that type of defender no more. He's really like Marcus Smart is good. I just like
I don't know what you want him to be. Like what do you expect?
Like the guy that nobody would trade, and like that the team is done because they traded. No, like they're fine. They're okay.
Okay.
Like he's not that guy. Like if I'm looking at the Celtics and I'm looking at who I would move Marcus before all those other guys, and that's what happened. And I was told they would not like.
Because I was told they're not moving Marcus. I would have bet anyone listening to this my money, and you know I don't gamble my money.
Right.
They would have traded Jaylen Brown before Marcus Smart.
Yeah. And I thought they should have been open to trading.
Well, clearly
Marcus
they were.
Smart.
Clearly they were. And I guess time will tell. To me, Marcus Smart's what he does for Memphis doesn't matter if they don't either have Steven Adams back or someone to fill Steven Adams' role.
Mm-hmm.
They have a variety of issues in Memphis. So when we talk about them being better, there's a lot that goes into this because Brandon Clark's not playing. And they say Steven Adams is back.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you said this about Ja when you banking on Steven Adams playing 82? No, banking on Steven Adams playing 70. Okay, that's what it boils down to me. Because you better address that part of your roster.
Facts.
Callie Lawson-Freeman is going to join us. Yahoo Sports. We'll talk Kings basketball with her. We'll talk NBA basketball with her. Andrej Stojakovic is going to join us too. Coming up in about 30 minutes. Andrej Stojakovic, of course, headed to Stanford here. He's got a basketball camp coming up at Jesuit we want to talk about. And with the NBA draft tonight, I'm curious about that too. I'm curious about how Andrej is feeling tonight watching the draft. So we'll talk to Andrej Stojakovic coming up. I have heard back from Bonte. Bonte Hill will join us.
Oh, snap.
Bonte Hill.
Yo, I saw one of his tweets too. That's crazy.
Bonte Hill will join us as soon as he's finished scrubbing the internet of his Chris
We
Paul
got one of them.
slander.
We got him.
Oh, it's out
We got
there.
him.
Dr. David, go to work, Dr. David.
He's already been to work. We got him. We got him.
Tilo and KC here on
We
Sacramento
got him.
Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
That is crazy. Did I see her walk around here? Or was that oh yeah, is that her? Yeah, I thought I saw her walking.
I saw Kimberly come from the door, so I was assuming that she was there.
What's up, young homie?
Hey,
So good to see
How you
you.
doing?
This is merch. D'Lo, can I see
Yeah, get
merch?
you some merch.
you over there on that side right there. I have the computer turned that way to try to take that window out of it. So just pull the microphone over to you. Boom, and you'll be good.
Did you
Oh,
were
let
you
me
able
put
to
you up on the
catch?
screen.
Well, I
the-
was driving on the way here when the news dropped. So like I heard you guys reacting to it, and I was like, wait, what's happening?
Crazy.
Pull that down just a little bit lower if you could.
Like this?
Yep,
Okay.
that's it. I got everything from here.
Crazy.
I was still recovering from last night's blockbuster trade, like Marcus Smart to the Grizzlies.
Mm.
Not everyone here has recovered from that.
It's still a touchy subject.
No, I mean, understandably so, but I think that's so interesting, like for so many reasons. I think it makes the Grizzlies better, but then you look at the Celtics and it's like, what does that mean for them? You know, like I don't know.
Mm.
I think for them, it all boils down to Porzingis. Like if Porzingis is good,
Yeah.
man, that's a good look for Boston. But I felt like, I mean, Kenny just kind of said this as much as he hates Marcus Smart. He's a brilliant team
Like
defender.
Marcus
Like
Smart.
he
Yeah.
held a lot of what they did together. But you know, important point. Brad's not the coach anymore.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
Joe may have been like, I feel like we can move Marcus, and
Yeah.
Brad might not have felt like he can move Marcus with the way that he played, but the way Joe plays, all right, we'll do it.
Yeah.
What can we get in return? They got 2 first-round picks.
I
That's
don't-
crazy.
I don't want to spoil any of the sports talk. We'll leave that for the radio. But did you get into Tiller?
Well, yeah, yes, I did.
It was looking bleak for a second.
Yeah, no, I didn't think we were gonna make it. But once we got in, there was like no one there. Like, and we were like right on the first, like I was on the rail, like
Yeah.
between VIP. I saw you, I was waving, but you're
Well,
you're
you
too
know how
big
Damien
time.
does, man.
Oh no,
You
that's
know-
okay. All right.
You know how Damien does. And
I was waving. I was like, okay, maybe I shouldn't do that. I didn't want you to think I was trying to like get you to let me in. I was just like trying to say hi. But
Well, the cold
Um,
piece is, do you not have my phone number?
I
You
do.
coulda-
But I was
you
like,
could have walked in with us.
well, I was with the whole group. I was with my
Okay, well, then
boyfriend,
that
his
wouldn't have
mom,
worked.
his sister, like, and I didn't even know the concert was happening. Otherwise, I would have reached out to the organizers, like
Mhm.
Manny, Fornati, because I covered Lost in Rhythm.
No,
Um,
that's,
but
those
I-
are the Soul Bloom guys.
I
Yeah.
didn't even know what was happening.
Yeah.
So, like, I was like, okay, we're gonna do the GA thing. I hope we get in. We were in line, and
that
I was
line
like,
was crazy.
I don't think we're gonna make it.
bananas. Yeah, that was bananas.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure why like you said, there was a lot of, Cesar Chavez is bigger than people realize.
yeah.
So there was space. I don't know why they had that line like that for so long.
They did the same thing at Lost in Rhythm, like that Afrobeats. Did you guys go to that?
I went to that.
That
That was
was
fire.
lit. That was so
was
good. But they
fire.
did the same thing. They like had people were mad about
Yeah.
that gap between VIP and GA. And I feel like once you have everybody in VIP, just like push it up a little bit.
Somehow I wasn't even in like I got off to the side, like that little area to the side at Lost in Rhythm where we could sit down, we sit on the curb. Or
Damn,
I
didn't
don't even know
see
if I was
you.
supposed to be there, but
I was there, I was covering it. So I was like in the little you might have been on another side. Like I wasn't in like VIP, I was in the media.
yeah, they just had like
Yeah.
a little walkway area where
Yeah.
that ended up getting packed too. But that Lost in Rhythm was fire. They need to
I
figure
really
out how to
liked
bring
it.
that back.
Yeah, we need Burna Boy in Sacramento again.
Mm.
And WizKid and
Mhm.
Tim's. Like that was
Yeah,
unreal.
yeah.
That was just crazy.
That was fire.
But yeah, I thought Bryson Tiller was cool. I really liked it.
They did a good job.
We were working
Yeah.
on Soul Bloom this morning.
What do you mean?
We're trying to get some things done when that show gets here.
Nice.
They got a bunch of Def Jam artists who we're going to do stuff with, but we're trying to do something like more formal with the whole festival.
Do you like so when you think of the lineup, like who stands up? Because I can't really think of who's
Well, for
coming.
me,
Yeah.
Coco Jones and Joey Badass step out,
Okay.
but stand out. Hang on. All right, we back in here as this NBA Draft Day show rolls along. The conversation has not been about the draft show with monster trades going on last night involving the
Man.
Boston Celtics. Kristaps Porzingis is a Celtic. Marcus Smart is a member of the Memphis Grizzlies. And then, of course, right as the show got underway today, Chris Paul traded his long, illustrious Washington Wizards career is over.
What was your favorite moment of the Chris Paul era?
Oh, man, probably the Good Morning America moment. It would have to be. Yeah, it would have to be the Good Morning America moment. It's legendary. He'll speak about it at his Hall of Fame ceremony, I'm sure. And now he is headed.
Wow.
To the dental office.
It's hard to say because there was so much animosity between these two sides for a decade.
Chris Paul, DDS, is headed to the dental office at the Chase Center. Chris Paul traded for Jordan Poole. Jordan Poole headed to play 4 years, $128 million worth of basketball in Washington. With all that, we welcome in Callie Lawson-Freeman, who covers the NBA, covers everything over at Yahoo Sports. You said you heard us break the story on our way in here. Yes. What do you think of Chris Paul headed to the Golden State Warriors?
I don't even I'm not even at the point of thinking about Chris Paul and the Warriors. I'm thinking about Jordan Poole being somewhere else. I just don't know what that says to as a team, when you as Steve Kerr, the head coach,
punch someone in the face and ship them out of here.
I don't love that. Especially it's he went and said that definitely negatively impacted our season. You have Draymond talking about it, but then they're chopping it up on his podcast a couple weeks ago. And so then the next action is trading away the center of that discussion. That makes a statement for sure. So I don't love it. But
I have been saying for a long time, I thought the Warriors were crazy for trying to move Jordan Poole. I like his game. He's a young guy. He has the ability, even through all that happened. He averaged 20 points a game last year.
Right.
When it shows that when he gets the opportunities and the playing time, he's very effective out there. But even if you don't want to move on from Draymond Green and all this other stuff, Jesse asked us during the break, or maybe it was during the show, I would have said, hey, worst come to worst, you guys figure this out. We're trying to have the best team we can have out there as a unit. You guys had a crazy season or whatever. Jordan, maybe you may feel like you can't trust Draymond or Kerr, whatever, man. We're paying you handsomely. We think that you're a part of our future. Right. Figure this thing out. And for whatever reason, the Warriors said, no, we're going to ship him out and keep Draymond Green. That was wild.
Yeah. I mean, I think even you pointed out what he was able to accomplish this year. But let's say he did absolutely terrible this year. It's that would, I feel be warranted. There were no, I guess, actions to be taken to rebuild the trust and address the situation. So it's let's say he had a terrible season, that would make sense. But I think he's done enough. Last season, I felt he should have been most improved player, what he was able to accomplish in the playoffs. That's not enough in a way, to be we should keep this and develop it. And you think about that whole 2 timeline plan the Warriors had going on. And it's what do you
RIP. RIP. Pour out a little liquor for the 2 timelines.
What's gonna happen there? I don't know. And
they really doubled down on that other timeline today, didn't they? They really doubled down on that joint. You know what this 2 timeline needs? A 40-year-old point guard.
Get rid of the 24-year-old.
Yeah. Get rid of him. Goodness.
That's tough. And then you think you have a GM, a new head of front office. He just got introduced a few days ago. I wonder what role did he have?
New. It's new, but it's not.
Like I said, we just had the clip of him talking the other day. They asked him about Jordan Poole. He said, man, with that contract extension, we plan on having Jordan Poole around here for 4 years or more.
Joe Lacob was looking at him off stage who's this idiot? Get my son back in charge.
Man.
Goodness gracious.
That's good. Well, so I want to ask Callie, on the Warriors side, basketball wise, they got CP3. Do you think they got better today?
I don't think so. I mean, I don't think so. I think Chris Paul's an incredible player. The career that he's had is when he finishes will be that was one of the
great point guards of all time.
Exactly. But I don't really know how well he fits into their style of play. I don't see how that makes them more of a threat. Even or just that you look through the lens of the Kings or something. does Chris Paul with the Warriors make you nervous going against
Mm.
the Kings team that we know? Like, I don't think so.
No,
Yeah.
no, no. And you're not gonna find a bigger Chris Paul supporter than me.
Oh, why do
I
you
love
do
Chris
this? Why
Paul.
do you do this?
Because
You disparage a player, be it Chris Paul or Marcus Smart,
No.
and then you go on about how much you love them.
it's not the player.
You can't. Is it
It's the
Uchiwali
fit.
or is
It's
it
the
one Mike?
team. It's the fit, the team. Chris Paul on that team.
Mhm.
No, it doesn't bother me as a Kings fan. It doesn't bother me. I love Chris Paul, but that's a bad mix. Just like, hey, I love Bradley Beal. I was the one singing Bradley Beal's praises. Am I worried about him in Phoenix now? Absolutely not.
Okay, that's it. I like it. I like that you went there. So here's the follow up: Who's better, Golden State or Phoenix?
Mm.
Okay, I'll go
So-
first.
That sounds like a
Sounds
like a 4-5 matchup to me.
I think it's the Warriors. That's fine. I think it's the Warriors, though. I think the Warriors are better than Phoenix.
Mm. Okay, Phoenix don't move DeAndre Ayton. Draymond guarding DeAndre Ayton.
Now I feel like DeAndre Ayton's Jordan Poole.
Mm.
Like he's dealing with this whole off season, and he's just coming back.
Yeah.
Now you've got two coaches that apparently don't like him and want him out of there.
So
You got an organization that doesn't want you,
Mhm.
and he's just gonna go play basketball at a high level.
Mm.
A dude that you already say is soft and he could take himself out of the game. I don't know that it mattered. That might be worse. It might be worse.
Mm.
And I actually like DeAndre.
Well, he had
Ayton.
that last year, and he still put up 17 and 10.
Yeah. Okay. You're right. 100%. Now he's got another off season of it.
Mm.
Now it's just starting to pile on him.
Yeah, quite
So where
possible.
do you see DeAndre Ayton headed then? If it's not like, I mean, obviously you're right.
Taiwan. Go
Oh,
play
damn.
with go play with
damn.
Dwight. Gonna send Dwight back to America. And I don't like that's not a knock on DeAndre. I don't know what they're gonna do with him.
Yeah.
I mean, I
think
know
they keep
Dallas
him.
wants him. I do believe Indiana likes him.
Okay, well,
But-
I'm glad you mentioned the Pacers because they like Jake Fisher, Yahoo Sports, like he's the best insider. I'm always reading his stuff, but he
Well,
recently.
he's no Damian Barley.
Oh.
Stop.
No, you are sourced up though.
So
You
I'm
breaking
saying.
news and all that
So
type
I'm
of stuff. So
saying.
my bad. Let me put some respect on your name. But he recently I know kind of like laying out some of the interest for the Pacers and like there's a lot to unpack there. Like what they are interested in Harrison Barnes.
Mhm.
They're interested in who else? Let me see.
Aiton was one of them. Harrison was one of them.
There was another person in there.
They
Yeah,
wanted-
Was it OG?
There was actually
No.
was OG one? No, I just saw
Somebody, Jonathan Kuminga from the Warriors.
That's the one I saw.
That's
this
what I
morning.
wanted to
yeah,
talk
Jonathan.
about.
Let's really
Yeah.
blow this 2 timeline thing up and get him out of here.
Well, it's a smithereen.
Yeah, let's just blow this whole thing out.
Yeah, so then it's like when you talk about the Pacers, then we just have the Warriors making moves. Like the Kings potentially, like they could be involved in something, but then it's like you're gonna give up Harrison Barnes and get what?
Maybe
And-
get OG.
Well,
But like
and-
in not from a deal with the Pacers, like that's,
no,
you
No,
know,
he'd
no,
sign
they're
as a
not
free
like
agent.
Harrison would sign there as a free agent for the Kings. I feel like, and I think the Pacers are really interesting to watch over the course of the next
You brought
few
him up
hours.
yesterday.
Yeah.
And I think it's really interesting to watch, really specifically for them over the next few hours, more so than over the next week, because they accumulated more draft picks. And I just can't help but do the Brian Windhurst thing and think, man, I don't feel like they need more young talent. You know, you're starting to build a little something right there, especially at those numbers that they're at. Maybe you're packaging those. Maybe you're looking to package those, and maybe it is for a DeAndre Ayton, for an OG Anunoby, something along those lines. I feel like with the Kings, though, this is just an opinion. It's OG Anunoby, and if they can't pull that off by the start of free agency, or not exactly 3:00, but near the start of free agency, it's Harrison. I
Yeah.
feel like Harrison is first on their list. I don't think it's Kuzma. I don't think it's Kelly Oubre. I don't think it's any of those guys. I think it's OG Anunoby first, and then Harrison Barnes.
I was because I was just figuring this out. To your point, oh no, I take it back. The Lakers and the Pacers did a deal right before Chris Paul for draft picks.
Yeah.
Now Indiana was sending a pick
Yeah.
to the Lakers. I was trying to figure out if they were accumulating another draft.
They
pick.
got 9 draft picks tonight.
Right. They getting their OKC on. But yeah, you mentioned Indiana yesterday, and it feels like
I feel like they're close.
they're trying to make a move. How close do you think the Pacers are to being a top 4 team in the East?
Top 6. Top
six.
4. I mean, Philly, Boston.
Well, you
Milwaukee.
said the only reason I said 4 is you said Cleveland, and Cleveland was 4.
Well, I said there. Yeah, I
close
think
are they
they'll
to
be in
being
the
Cleveland?
Cleveland, New York range because that's 4 or 5, and I think Brooklyn was 6.
Yeah.
So that's hard. I don't know what to do with Brooklyn.
Yeah, I got you.
So top 4, top 6, top
Top
6,
top 6.
maybe like 2 seasons away.
Really? That's what. Okay. I think they're a move away. That's what I feel. I feel like they're.
Could be.
I feel like they're the
Could be.
right move this season away from being that top 6 team.
Like
Now,
what?
clearly, it hinges on Tyrese playing 82 games because that team just goes to hell when he's not around. But if
Straight to hell.
Yeah, thank you. that squad with one really good addition, I think, is a top 6 team.
And like, who do you think that could be?
Come a little closer.
I've been trying to figure out if that's DeAndre Ayton. Because
And you
think
got the
about the way
Miles Turner
Tyrese
situation,
plays.
though.
Well, right, and they kind of double down on him.
I heard somebody was interested in Miles Turner right now. I feel like I said the Lakers, but I thought I saw somebody was like, maybe they can go get Miles Turner. So,
Well, I think Miles Turner's name is always out there because people forget. Like the Pacers were like, "Oh, we're good. We're going to sign him to an extension."
who you think is better, DeAndre Ayton or Miles Turner? Like, if you could get DeAndre Ayton and move Miles Turner for something else, would you do something like that?
I think can I caveat that a little bit? If I can put DeAndre with Tyrese in Indiana, I would do it. I think Tyrese can have a Chris Paul effect on a big man. Like we saw it with Rashawn Holmes a little bit.
Yeah, I can believe
like you look at what Chris Paul did for Clint Capella, for DeAndre Jordan,
Tyson Chandler.
You look at what he did with all of those guys, and I think Tyrese can have that same effect. I don't know why Chris couldn't necessarily do that. Well, I guess he kind of did for DeAndre Ayton, not to the same effect he did to DeAndre Jordan.
Yeah,
but
well, he got a lot of praise.
He did,
for all that. Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, big men who play with Chris Paul are going to have the highest shooting percentage in the league. I think Tyrese can have that effect on DeAndre Ayton.
I can believe that. To your original question, though, you can answer it, Callie. Who's better, Warriors or Suns right now?
Okay, well, you just made a good point about Chris Paul, like improving big men's shooting percentage and stuff. And like, that is interesting to me because you got Kevon Looney, who like, I really like, you know, as like a big man. And like,
poor guy won't play.
So
he's going to be sick for 82 games next year.
Hopefully not.
Just like he was in the playoffs.
Hopefully not.
He was sick. He's just he's not out the game.
He's sick. He can only play 10 minutes a game now. It's a very unique type of flu he had.
Don't do this.
Until Steve recognized he was lying and everyone knew he was lying, so he just acknowledged that Draymond Green is
this guy borderline had the Rona. Just keep him here with the team.
Fine.
Yeah, we're just not going to start him. That's why. Okay, sir.
That said, though, he could like break through a ceiling, you know, like you never know, and then that could make them like.
Are you breaking stuff?
Yeah,
Did you show up here and just start breaking stuff?
Jonathan?
You put this broken pen in my space, so that's why. But so that is interesting.
So that pen was broke before you sat down there.
It was broken
because I logged into that computer and saw a pen in one piece, and now I hear there's
help somebody. This pen was broken.
Okay,
I promise you, it was.
I'm gonna tell Kim right there. She's you're
that's
gonna
the
be in
biggest
trouble.
boss out here.
Yeah.
That said, though. I feel like we didn't get to see KD in like a real flow, like at his best in Phoenix yet. So it's like hard to.
I agree with that.
Hard to say, kind of like what their ceiling is, you know? Like
I
had high hopes for that, and then it's like now we have KD and part of 2 like quote unquote super teams, I guess. Like, and so it's like if he doesn't like. If we don't see something incredible from the Suns this season, like that would be.
He's a part of 3, wasn't he? Does Brooklyn count?
Well, yeah. Well, I was
Brooklyn
thinking of
count.
Brooklyn. You were thinking of the Warriors,
State,
probably.
yeah.
I was thinking of like Brooklyn and now the Suns.
Oh, I guess he won in Golden State. So that gives him the pass. I got you.
So it's like if this is not the season, like they kind of better be better than the Warriors, you know? But like, who knows what'll happen.
There's more moves to be made for Phoenix. There has to be.
Oh,
There has to be. I don't know what they are,
they don't have
but
no,
if that's the
they don't
team
know
that's
money,
going
they
out,
don't have nothing. They don't know.
Dude,
They don't even have no
many draft
players.
picks do they have? I don't.
They got none.
they don't have any.
Yeah.
They got, I think
They're-
they might have a second round pick this year.
Their only move is DeAndre Ayton, and teams are trying to give them a pack of Capri Suns for DeAndre Ayton.
Well, that's their fault.
That's their only move.
There's
Which-
few things more infuriating than when you can't get the straw.
Yeah, that is. And then it gets dangerous. Like maybe you pierce it
You
all the way
yeah,
through.
Yeah,
and
and
that's-
it gets bad. Capri Suns are dangerous for kids. man.
Delicious though. Delicious.
You still drink them, don't you?
Well, Reese has them in the house.
Of
so
course.
Every
Yeah,
now
of
and then
course.
I'll take that, the juice box, all that.
Good for you.
Yeah. I don't like the go-go squeeze though. That's disgusting.
What? The applesauce?
Yes.
Oh, that's my-
disgusting, bro. Come on now.
See, don't
Because you know,
do that.
okay.
Don't do that.
Yeah.
That's actually like one of my favorite snacks. The
He
the
loves the go-go
squeezable
squeeze.
applesauce.
Even little Ryan be having little go-go squeezes now. They
They're
love 'em.
really
I don't
good.
I
like 'em.
can't relate to this conversation.
And the
that is
twist off
happening.
top, it just feels nice. Like I don't know something
It's-
about
I
it.
feel like
feels
if
nice.
you're a parent, like you're all in on this conversation, but if you don't have kids, you're looking at your radio like, what the hell is going on right now?
Or if you've ever been an athlete, I feel like lots of athletes are into the go-go squeeze. Like
Mm.
that was my jam
Some real quick.
in
yeah.
college. So and still my jam right now.
Okay. How much training you get in this morning before you get that go-go squeeze?
Well, I didn't have a go-go squeeze today,
Oh.
but after I work out today, I probably will.
Okay.
Mm.
I probably will. I have like a full box in my fridge.
All right.
Yeah.
There you have it.
The go-go squeeze
How
queen.
do
Callie.
athletes? Well, all right.
It's a good source of sugar. It's healthy sugar.
I like
Digest quick. No,
applesauce.
I
just don't want to eat it that way.
I get why it's a post. I get why it's a post-workout.
Yeah.
deal. I get
Applesauce is
that.
great. I just rather get a spoon and eat out the cup.
Okay. Well, y'all are entitled to eat your applesauce however you want to.
Yeah.
You're listening to D-Lo and Casey on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRXQHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app. We're live in visual form as well on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320, youtube.com/ESPN 1320. Andrej Stojakovic going to join us coming up in about 10 minutes. Callie Lawson-Freeman of Yahoo Sports with us right now. As we talk about basketball, we talk about the Kings. Let's talk for a moment on a subject that I feel like got glossed over a little bit in recent days. We tried to show it the proper love, but with so much happening around the NBA, even ourselves got detoured a little bit, and that's Lindsey Harding. You had the
Queen.
opportunity to talk to Lindsey Harding during the season and recently named the head coach of the Stockton Kings. What did your conversation with Lindsey tell you about this moment that we got a couple of days ago?
Well, it told me that she's on her way to, I guess, doing everything that she set out to do. Like, she's incredible to speak to. She has like this presence. I mean, you guys have spoken to her. She's been on your show, which is why I even spoke to her in the first place, because that's where she said that she had aspirations to become a head coach. And I was like, I need to talk to this woman. Like, I have to. So when I sat down with her, I was just like so impressed by like her drive, and she's so accomplished. And so she was really honest about how she realizes that the aspirations she has, like, they'll be difficult because she has a unique identity. She's a Black woman. There's never been a female head coach in the NBA, let alone a Black female, you know? So like that's
I don't even think there's been one on the front of the bench.
right. And she even mentioned that like there's no path, you know, because that's what I was asking her, like, how exactly do you see this going? Like, I think for so many of the coaches that we see in the league, like there's kind of like this trajectory. It's like maybe they coach in the G League or they were a really successful athlete, and then, you know, they get their shot like within due time. Like, it's almost formulaic. You can kind of see when they'll get their chance to lead a team. But like we don't have that with women. So she was like, there is no path. Like, I'm just gonna create it. Like, I'm gonna figure it out. And then, you know, a few months later, she's head coach of the Stockton Kings, and I think that's an incredible move. I'm really impressed by her.
Yeah, man. I mean, you break it down perfectly. I mean, she really is breaking barriers out here, and I really believe and not just what she's able to do here breaking barriers, but her ability to coach the game of basketball.
Yeah.
You know, if you remember her at Duke, she is a point guard. She does understand every aspect of not only running a team, but leading teammates as well.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying only point guards can be coaches or anything, but they've got the coach's mindset because they're trained at a young age to be the coach on the floor. So it's just a perfect seamless transition when you get into the coaching side of things. And you know, she's a great trainer and skill development person, but to see her now running a team and orchestrating everything that has to do with a game plan and things of that nature, I'm very anxious and can't wait to see her start at Stockton because I think she's going to do a great job.
Yeah. I mean, I talked to Luke Walton, who she worked under, I think, when she first joined the Kings, and he was like raving about her just ability to see the game in a unique way because she was a guard, but like she had to approach the game differently because, you know, she's 5'8". And like, so she has like just a different perspective. And that's what he was telling me. Like, also the way that she, like you mentioned, the way she's able to kind of like navigate these players' personalities. Like, that was kind of her job as a player development coach. It's like, if a player is upset maybe about playtime or how their game is like unfolding or whatever, she had to make sure that never got to the coach, you know? And like Luke Walton spoke about just how effective she was. He was like, I couldn't even tell you how she did the things she did. I just know I never had to hear about any drama from any of the players. And that made my job so much easier. So it's like now she has the experience of doing all these things. Like she's scouting games for the Kings. Like that's like some crucial games for the Kings. And so like she has the experience, and she's gonna, I mean, she's coached so many, she just coached South Sudan's national team. Now she's coaching Mexico. Like she knows what she's doing. And like I'm like you said, I'm so excited to see what she accomplishes.
And the line about the path is certainly interesting because so many times, like Lindsey Gottlieb is a great example. Like Cleveland's thought really high of Lindsey Gottlieb, but she, I'm sure, had to ask herself, like, what is my real path here? Because I'm getting offered a good chunk of money to go be a head coach at USC. You had the situation with Becky Hammon.
Right.
Everybody assumed Becky Hammon was going to be first. And Mark Davis comes along and says, here's $1 million to coach the Las Vegas Aces. And you're starting to see the number of coaches. It's a lot like women in sports. It's a lot like Black Lives Matter. It was a moment in 2020, but the further you get away from it, you notice that number. We looked it up yesterday, the number of assistants, and it's starting to dwindle.
Right.
Like it's down to just barely over a handful.
Right.
And now with Lindsey and Stockton, now Lindsey's not removed from Sacramento, as anybody who went to Kings games this year saw. Bobby was regularly at Sacramento Kings games. Bobby was a fixture during the playoffs. That entire Stockton Kings coaching staff was around during the playoffs. So it's not like Lindsey's now removed from that part of the NBA, but that's really great work that you did with Lindsey Harding during the season. And of course you reposted it after the news that she would be the Stockton Kings head coach on your social media account. Thanks for joining us. I know we've been working on this for a long time. You picked a very fun day.
Probably like the craziest day we could do this.
Well, today's a fun. You could come back next Friday. There's a good chance next Friday will be equally as chaotic when free agency begins. Make sure you're following Callie Lawson-Freeman.
Young star, man. Yes,
indeed.
On the rise.
Yes, indeed. We got her right here in Sacramento. And Andrej Stojakovic, talk about young stars. Andrej Stojakovic joins us next. And we're waiting for Bonte Hill. We are anxiously awaiting.
My guy hated had to be him.
Bonte Hill, who will give us his new thoughts on Chris Paul being a member of the Golden State Warriors.
We got him.
That's all coming up here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Thank y'all.
No
Yeah,
problem.
of course.
So.
Of course.
I need some merch, y'all. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, we gotta get you.
Oh, it's sound? Oh, yeah. Okay. Great job. Great to see you, too. Yeah, thank you.
So you're gonna be hearing from us. We're gonna try and get you a brain
Hey,
doing
I mean,
more
I'm
in this
here.
media stuff.
You take her shopping? Is that what happened? Y'all go shop in the same stores?
What's that over there?
Y'all shop in the same
What's that?
stores? That's just
You're
a
Louis Vuitton Don too.
that's just a regular bag. That's just a regular bag. Y'all out there shopping together.
Ooh.
You know what I'm saying?
That's just a regular
Okay.
bag.
Subtle flex. Subtle flex
You know what I
there.
mean? You know what
Okay.
it is.
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Great job.
Thank you. Oh my gosh, not this heavy door.
Yeah, you got it. You got it.
Yeah. Push-ups.
She did great.
She really did really good.
Yeah.
Really, really good.
Oh boy. Oh, let's go. Okay. Oh, let's go.
I listened to it. That's the one. That's the one.
You talk about we got him.
We got him.
Oh boy, we got him. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be a fun day. Can y'all hit the thumbs up while you're here? Let me see where we at. I know y'all doing us justice over here. Make sure you hit the thumbs up, please. You know, I gotta put subscriber mode on so we can get those subscribers up. Subscribe and hit the thumbs up, please. Okay, y'all on it today. We should be at 200. We should be at 200 here pretty soon.
Yesterday we had to do better, guys. We had to do better.
Yeah, yesterday was a bit of a flub.
Sorry, not everybody comes with their A game every day. In Chatty House, you guys are all stars, but yeah, you guys are human. Ezekiel Elliott remains a free agent. 876 yards last year, 3.8.
That's an evergreen segment. You can run this joint back in October.
On draft,
as we normally do.
Look at those unsigned.
Fuck all 50 of them, by the way.
Zeke, Dalvin, Kareem Hunt, and Leonard Fournette.
Dalvin needs to hurry up and come to Miami.
Oh, come on.
What's up with that?
Chef to put some makeup on.
I talked to Danny in San Francisco this morning.
Did you?
Yeah.
Andrej Stojakovic is going to join us here in just a couple of minutes. But before he does.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no.
Before he does.
We got him.
Let's check in with.
We got him.
Let's check in with Bonte Hill.
Well, Chris Paul's a dirty player.
Oh.
What do we all expect? The guy's putting on a clown show here in the second round of the playoffs. He put on a clown show in the Western Conference Finals a season ago. I don't know what's gotten in the guy. I loved the guy when he was a Hornet. Loved him at Wake Forest.
Yep.
All of a sudden, he goes to Lob City. He goes to L.A., starts getting these State Farm commercials, and all of a sudden, he's an actor. And he's brought it over to the basketball court where all he's doing is flopping and acting. And it's just too much.
Oh.
Enough with it.
Oh, boy. Oh, man. Oh, man.
Man.
Don't worry. We have gotten confirmation that Bonte Hill will join us today. It's like, hey, just need 5 minutes. Just need to know how you're feeling about your new acquisition today.
Have you ever you're not as like ingrained in these teams nowadays, but at one time you were. Have you ever had a player come to your team that you talked crazy about?
Nah.
You liked the Cowboys. Did you talk crazy about Deion when he was with the Niners?
Nah, I love Deion. I love Deion with the Falcons. I love Deion with the 49ers. I love Deion with the Cowboys. Nah, I didn't do it with T.O. either. Yeah, that's not really.
I only have one.
Dick Sherman.
Well, that's his name for short. I wasn't trying to be disrespectful.
No, that's what got you blocked. That's why. No wonder Richard Sherman wouldn't appear on this show. He was like, "I'm sorry, who?" No.
I did apologize long before the show. I apologized. I said, he couldn't see it because I'm blocked, but I said, "Hey, man, my bad. I apologize." But he never saw it.
Well,
That's the closest one.
maybe he just didn't accept your apology. Maybe he thought it was shallow.
I don't have any nicknames for Draymond Green. So if he ever came to the Kings, you know.
Yeah, I don't know that I'd hang my hat on that one. Though.
Yeah, I
Like,
talked crazy.
Yeah, like Draymond coming to Sac would be.
That would be terrible.
That'd be tough. That'd be
terrible.
That'd be a tough first day for D'Lo and KC at the office. That'd be a really difficult first day at the office. Hi, Draymond. Let's just get this out of the way right now.
I'd meet it. I'd go right out and say, "Hey, man, this is what I said in the past."
Mm-hmm. We wouldn't have enough time for you to tell Draymond Green what you said about him in the past. Let's welcome in our brother Andrej Stojakovic. Andre, what's going on, baby?
Yo, what's up?
How are you?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Man, we good, man. Getting ready for your basketball camp coming up July 1st, Jesuit High School. You can go to Andre's IG page for the link. We'll talk more about that. It's draft night. I'm curious. We were talking earlier as we mentioned that you were going to join us. How are you feeling tonight? Like with the NBA, like, are you watching tonight's draft a little bit differently than maybe you would have watched a year ago, 2 years ago?
To be honest, kind of, yeah. I mean, I always watch it every year, but this year is kind of like, you know, I'm looking at some of the players getting drafted and guys that I've been following this past year, and I'm kind of getting a sense of, you know, how I can relate to players getting ready for like a big moment like this.
Yeah.
But obviously, it's not their decision to make; it's the team's. So I'm excited for the guys that are getting drafted tonight.
So the crazy thing about it is, like, you've been playing with the Compton Magic for a while. There's probably some guys that are going to get drafted tonight that you played with or played against, excuse me.
Yeah.
And like that changes everything. Like, man, I played against this dude. He's going to the NBA. Like, it just seems a little more real probably after that experience and seeing these guys walk up and shake Adam Silver's hand. I'm pretty sure you can speak for yourself, but I'm pretty sure, like, man, it's really real. Like, I'm not that far away.
Yeah. Yeah, seeing guys live this past year or last couple of years and seeing them on TV play college level and now getting drafted, it's kind of like you know, like you said, it's kind of like getting more real and real as like players grow up and get to the next level. It's like what work it takes to get there, and it's just exciting.
Well, obviously, you know, we talk a ton of basketball with you for obvious reasons, but you're going to Stanford. Like that's a big boy academic college. Like, what is your academic interest at Stanford?
You know, just the variety just interests me the most. It's just like you can choose to do whatever. Like, even you can have one goal freshman and sophomore year, and then you might want to change your mind, and then you can still do that just because it has so many great courses for whatever you want to major in. So I think the variety of it just speaks to me the most.
And you're getting ready to leave, right? In about a week or so, right? So
Saturday, I move in.
Saturday, man. So you excited for that, man? You ready?
Yeah, very excited. Yeah. I know a couple of the guys are already down there. So yeah, man, I'm just excited to get there, get acclimated to, you know, the environment, start training with the team and getting ready for this foreign tour. So yeah.
Are you ingrained in basketball as soon as you get there?
Yeah, on Monday I think we start workouts. So have the weekend to just settle in, get ready, and then Monday we're getting straight to it.
Andrej Stojakovic camp this Monday, July 1st at Jesuit High. Do you remember the first basketball camp you went to?
Dang. Oh, when I used to live in Europe, I went to Ricky Rubio camp.
Really?
Yeah.
Ricky Rubio was probably 13 running the camp.
Right. He was Andrej Stojakovic.
It was crazy. Like that experience, so many kids over there. I had no idea what to expect, like kids around the world almost. And the people you meet there it's just some of those friendships go a long way. So that camp was super exciting for me. And I think that's what kind of made me think of the idea to start this camp, just because of, like, you know, thinking back to myself being a young kid going to these skill camps and how much you can learn from that just me doing that.
Yeah. I was just gonna say, there's a lot of kids that look up to you now, you know what I mean, in this region and around here, and saw what you did at Jesuit this past year and last couple of years. McDonald's All-American. I know my son, we were watching the game. We were watching,
Yeah.
you know, my son, he's 10 years old. He was watching like, oh, that's Andrej Stojakovic from Sacramento, man, and to see you on that platform. So, and now you got your own camp, man. That's awesome. That is awesome.
Thank you.
Obviously, a lot of people talk about your game as it compares to your dad. Your dad also had like an immaculate European style when it comes to dressing. Like, like your dad can go to this day, but when it comes to style, like what's your bag?
I mean, to be honest, the older I get now, a lot of people tell me I dress like him too.
Okay.
So it's like, you know, the similarities are starting to get, you know, more and more in common. And when it comes to everything, basketball, off the court stuff, but I think we have pretty similar style. And like just, you know, him being labeled as a shooter, and, you know, people starting to see that I can do more than that. You know, we have those conversations all the time.
But see, Dane, the difference is nowadays, you know, look, I got a son. I see how it is. His being fitted is he got the Adidas t-shirt. He got some short like swim trunks on and then some Yeezy slides. And they like, yo, Andre fitted. You see what he wearing? They love that nowadays. They love that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, they love it nowadays.
That's different. But Peja was one of the ones who really got me on the short crop pants. Like,
the ankle socks.
Oh, yes,
crop
sir.
pants. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yeah, that's the look.
See, Andre got that versality to him.
Yeah, I got that.
KC, don't play me. Yeah. I'll don't play me, KC. I'll throw that on if need. Don't play me like that. I'm with you. I got you.
July 1st, Jesuit High School. You can go to Eventbrite, search Andrej Stojakovic basketball camp, or you can go to Andre's IG page for the link. Yo, we've got you. We'll promote this. Just remember, next year, when today is your day and you get called to that stage, we're going to want to talk to you afterwards.
Oh, hey, man, for sure.
I want to be at the table.
Okay, calm down.
I want to be at the table, you know, get the big hug too.
Yeah.
You know,
I'm going to need a big ass table.
I'm proud of you, man. Yeah. We're proud of you.
Thank you
at Stanford, man.
Yeah, very much so. Good luck with this camp, man, and we'll be following you at school, man. Don't let them grades slip. That's tough.
Yeah. Oh, of course. Yeah.
We appreciate you, brother, man. Good luck.
Take care.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
All right, SMA Andrej Stojakovic right there. Great stuff from that young man. I'm excited for him. Headed out to school here, as he said, coming up this Saturday. Begin his, what I believe, is my opinion, short career at Stanford.
That boy can play.
Yeah, he can go.
He can play.
He's ready.
When I saw him on his Compton Magic stuff, you know, and playing, I didn't even think about it till we were talking about it, but some of the guys that we're going to see tonight, he was playing them as he was a sophomore and junior and going to work. Yeah, we're going to see a lot of Andre soon.
I actually expected Drake Yu to like pop his head around the around the phone there.
Well, then it would have really been a Batty Thursday.
Well, man, that probably would have shut down Batty Thursday. If Andre really want to get, you know, the camp full, have participants be able to take a picture with Drake Yu on their way in, and then I think, man, you hit that
look like Bryson Tiller concert.
Sure, the line look like that Cesar Chavez Park line from this weekend. My goodness. Yeah, we'll be locked into Stanford this weekend for sure. Great stuff from Andrej Stojakovic.
Man, so you know, any more Woj bombs? Like, is it quiet right now?
It's quiet.
You know,
down.
I do want to say one thing.
I don't even think that was Woj. I think it was Shams.
Woj just got to pick his game up. He said he's not releasing the draft picks.
Well, how do you feel about that?
I like it. It's fine.
Do you care one way or another if the picks are tweeted?
I'm not going to go crazy about it. I'm not going to go open arms. I'd actually like for them not to tweet it out before.
From my perspective, I don't care. But from their perspective, like I do. So I think it was Zach Collins. I was talking to Zach Collins one day.
The basketball player?
Yeah. And asked him about the draft, the those picks being tweeted. He said he found out through a tweet. He got, and then like the tweet went out, the phone rang,
Uh-huh.
and that's how he found. But like we've talked to guys before. I've talked to guys before who that's what's happened. Like the tweet gets out, the agent call or the agent's phone rings or something like that, and it's not like it happens 10 minutes later.
Right.
It happens in short order, but you know the way push notifications are.
Yeah.
Some are quicker than others. Jesse got the Shams tweet about 2 seconds before I got it.
Crazy.
Push notifications be slow on the AT&T network.
Yeah, man. So I don't, as a viewer, I don't like it. I'd like to find out when Adam Silver says it.
Okay.
But once again, I'm not going to go crazy about it. It's not a travesty. So I like that he's not doing it. Obviously, Shams does that, right?
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure if Woj isn't going to do it, Shams is definitely going to do it, unless he was told not to.
Right.
Yeah, Woj talked about, I think, the other day or something like this. There's no value in it anymore, so that's why he doesn't tweet out the picks.
He's right. Like, I do agree with him. There really isn't value in it unless there's movement.
Right.
Unless there's, the Kings are selecting Chris Murray to trade him to ... That's the story. The story is in the trade.
Yeah.
I can't figure out if Chris Murray's going to be there at 24 or not.
I don't like. I know. I forgot who it was. I think it might have been our guy Cameron Salerno. He said, "I can't imagine if Chris Murray's there, that the Kings pass him up. I don't think they're gonna draft him.
But I don't think he's going to be there. Was my point.
I get you. If he's there, I don't think they're gonna draft him.
Why do you think that?
I just got a feeling.
Oh.
I just got a feeling. It's not. I just got a feeling. I think they would go.
Kenny Sharania?
I just got a feeling.
I got served an ad yesterday for a desk at RC Willie, and I clicked on it. I was like, yo, this desk is gorgeous. It's beautiful. Hella expensive. I'm looking around at it. I'm looking at the different pieces. Like, yo, man, this is gorgeous. Why is it so expensive? And then I saw it's part of the Caraway collection.
Well,
I'm dead serious.
I don't even know what that means.
No, the collection on the website was called the Caraway collection. I was like, I don't know what Kenny got to do with this, but no damn wonder it's so expensive. No wonder I can't afford it.
These Caraways be popping.
I didn't even know you made for it.
The law firm. Have you seen that?
Well, I got the follow from the ball player, who you claimed a couple of, your cousin that you claimed a couple of weeks ago.
Shout out cousin. He followed you?
Yeah.
I don't even think he follows me.
Oh, that's a shame. That sure is a shame.
Cuzzo won the state title.
What's the brother's name? You don't even remember your cousin's name, do you?
Yeah, man. You know, that's cousin.
Cousin Pete.
Amari,
that's what it was.
Yeah, Amari don't even follow me.
Oh, that's a cold world. Me and Amari, we good.
Speaking of following, you see Jordan Poole already unfollowed Draymond Green?
As he should. He shouldn't have been following him in the first place.
Nah, he didn't fool with that dude at all.
I know. All I know is that dude better not say a word about him on his podcast. Let that man live. You already made that kid's life a living hell for the last 12 months or whatever it's been. Let that dude live.
Yeah, I agree.
Just say, hey, best of luck to Jordan Poole in Washington, and talk about Chris Paul or talk to Chris Paul. But don't go on your stupid ass podcast and rail against that kid. You've done enough.
You know what he's going to do? He's going to go on his podcast. He's going to acknowledge their differences, but he won't own up to punching them in the face or something like that. He's going to be like, oh, yeah, we had our issues, but that's it.
You're right. That's probably exactly what he's going to do. Look, man, if the Golden State Warriors love him, if the fans love him, that's all good. He's just not my type of guy. He don't move the way that I would want people I'm cool with moving. It's cool. Bron likes him.
Bron seems to love him.
You see LeBron and Rihanna?
Yeah.
I was like upset that people were upset about that.
Okay. Yeah, it's not my business to be upset. But was it weird?
Not if they're friends. Like if they have a real relationship,
yeah.
Not the belly.
Okay.
Oh, look at the baby. Yeah.
Okay.
If they're not friends, even if they're not friends, you can still rub the belly.
That's such an odd instinct to me. I never rub Jazz's belly.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? It just is like an odd instinct to me
Right.
that it's not a LeBron exclusive trait. Like people have that instinct. That is just not mine.
Yeah.
That feels weird to me.
And I don't, I'm trying to think who's been pregnant recently outside of Jazz. I can't remember the last time I did. I don't think I do it either, but I think there were people who, you know, did it to Jazz, like family members or, you know, close friends, like, oh my gosh, look at the belly. It's not, the people were like, yo, he crossed the line. And it wasn't that. It wasn't that. Especially if they're legit cool. Like, yeah. Throw a little baby in there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's unless it's Rihanna being mad about it, y'all need to calm down.
Yeah. Did you see, speaking of LeBron, did you see that thread on Twitter of somebody was like, yo, LeBron's just hella funny. And there's just a thread of his funniest unintentional moments. Did you see that, Jesse?
I saw the thread, but I didn't look into it.
There's just some randoms on there where LeBron is hella funny, man. He's so funny too. He's a funny dude, man.
I got a tweet from Bonte Hill.
Uh-oh.
A text, excuse me. I don't know what juxtapose those. I got a text from Bonte Hill. He said he's ready. Said the link is in your email. Bonte should be joining us any second as he gets all set up on his phone or his computer or whatever he's doing. And the second he joins us, we're going to run that sound back. We're going to run that back. And we're going to see how he feels about this situation involving Chris Paul and the Golden State Warriors. I'm going to send them the link again just in case. I'm low key excited for this moment.
Well, like
we
I
haven't
said,
talked to Bonte Hill since the series.
On the Twitter, Butcher Boy was not happy.
Oh.
The other half of the Morning Rose, he said, "Yo, it's crazy." So
it's about as angry as Butcher Boy gets, I guess.
Oh, he'll get angry.
Butch will get angry.
Oh, for sure.
He'll just start. Did he say it? Yo, this is crazy in all caps?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That checks out. That checks out. It appears Bonte was like the black people ready. Like he wasn't really ready. He just was like sending the message. Now he's finishing up what he was doing. Now he's headed upstairs to the palatial office. And
you know how it is, man. Bonte's, it's a lavish life right there. It's a lavish life. It's almost like a Damian Barling life.
Okay. If you want to be a part of the show, you can. 916-909-1320. We welcome those watching on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. Of course, it's draft day. We got complete draft coverage coming for you beginning at 4 o'clock here on ESPN 1320. Big thanks to Callie Lawson-Freeman for joining us, Yahoo Sports, and Andrej Stojakovic headed to Stanford this weekend. Make sure you head over to his IG page, click on the link in his bio to be a part of his basketball camp going on July 1st at Jesuit High School. Bonte Hill's going to join us coming up here in just a couple of minutes. Of course, we're all excited about the draft tonight. Meanwhile, the big news last night, Marcus Smart headed to Memphis. Kristaps Porzingis headed to Boston. Washington got whatever. They traded Chris Paul this morning and landed Jordan Poole.
Well, look, then, I mean, I'm trying to give Washington a benefit of the doubt here, but they just did all that for Tyus Jones, and then they go and trade for Jordan Poole.
Is Washington, like, we talked about the returns and stuff, like, is it really bad? Or are they working with what they've had to work with? Because like you said with Beal, like, you had no choice. With Kristaps, it's like, if he's not going to the Celtics, maybe just opts out and you just lose him for nothing.
I mean, I don't think any of them are bad. I just feel like them not getting in first round picks in neither one of those deals. And basically you can say in this Warriors deal, because they got a 2030 first round pick. Come on, man. You got to do a little better than that. I'm not going to just say, oh, they're brain dead. What are they doing? I ain't gonna go that far, but that's a failure. And the Celtics were the ones that got the first round picks. There were first round picks involved, and you didn't get any of them.
Again, I wish you tell the whole story.
I wish they tell the whole story.
There's only so much Washington can do about that, at least as it pertains to the Bradley Beal deal.
I'm talking about the Celtics deal.
So what's the Celtics deal? Porzingis?
Yeah, and the Celtics got 2 first rounders in there.
Yeah, but they got the first rounders from Memphis, didn't they?
Yeah, but 3-team trade. Give me one of them.
But,
give me one of them.
But if I why? Like, what leverage do you have? Jesse just said it. Kristaps just opts out and they lose him. They didn't have any leverage in any of this.
Well, that's kind of a little bit of the leverage there. Is if this is a 3-team deal, the deal can't happen without me. So don't just leave me out of this first round deal thing.
Marcus can't be.
He can be, but the Celtics wanted Porzingis. So Boston, you're getting 2 first rounders. Give me one of them. The deal can't. This deal can't happen. It's a 3-team deal. Can't happen without me. Got to give me one of them. You can even give me the old one. Don't give me the. I don't need the one this year, but give me one of them. I don't know.
Who
That's
went
how
to
I would say it.
Washington from Boston?
Gallinari and Mike Muscala.
Are we sure this is a 3-team deal? Or is this 2 separate teams?
Well, yeah, because Memphis is sending Tyus Jones to Washington.
Oh, that's right. He's going to Washington. He's not going to. Okay.
And that was also baffling because you just traded for Jordan Poole.
You think just the Jordan Poole thing just
really
fell in their lap this morning? Like, did they not go to bed thinking about Jordan Poole and Michael Winger woke up and go, got it. I got an idea. Maybe you don't have to be done making trades. I mean, the rumor is the Celtics aren't done.
Yeah, that's what they're
There's
saying.
a Scoot Celtics rumor out there.
Wow.
Oh, there is.
Yeah.
I didn't know about that.
Yeah, there's a Scoot Celtics rumor out there.
Which reminds me, I want to walk something back.
Oh. Okay. I don't know what the hell Bonte Hill meant by ready. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to take a break and we're going to come back and we collectively are going to roast Bonte Hill when he joins us. We're pulling old tweets, old videos. I'm about to scroll his Instagram account and see if I can find old pictures. We're going to roast Bonte when we get back here on Sacramento Sports Leaders. CeeLo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino on ESPN 1320. All right, we'll just stay on track, and then Bonte gets in here. We're good.
Here, let me hear what LeBron said. This one is LeBron getting the lyrics wrong to Pop Smoke. It's still so funny to me. Let's see.
The Pop Smoke song that just came out.
I did see one of them. Wasn't the one where he's with 2 Chainz or whatever, and the tweet was like, "Oh yeah, LeBron thought he created deluxe albums or something like that." He's on the whiteboard writing stuff down. He's like this, and then you move this here, and then you move that there.
That is, LeBron is genuinely one of the funniest athletes all time, unintentionally. LeBron coming to the post game press conference with the Malcolm X book.
Was it The Godfather where he's like, "Oh, there's just too many scenes to pick from for my favorite" or something like that?
This thread is crazy. LeBron hella funny, man. He hella funny. Oh man.
You mentioned that Scoot Henderson thing has me thinking now.
Yeah. Getting a little antsy over there?
Man, you got to be talking Jalen, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, if we're going to blow it up, let's blow it up, I guess.
Michigan Wolverines. Yeah, man, we start on Sunday. What age group your son playing LYB for, man? Oh, your boy's son. My bad. Yeah, 10U Gray. We got some work to do. We're gonna get there. But yeah, we start on Sunday. We've actually had like 3 or 4 kids gone. One kid went to Greece, another kid went to Africa. So I never went there as a kid, so good for them. But we need them back for the state tournament. Oh yeah, that 8U team is they are a problem.
The thing with the Scoot deal now too is like if you're trading Jalen, it's going to the Hornets. What do the Hornets send you back?
You probably get you might bring back Hayward.
I'm good. No thanks. Deal's over.
Might bring back Hayward or Scary Terry. One of them coming back.
So just grab something here from Bobby Marks as we wait for Bonte Hill, who's going to join us at some point. Matt George, final hour of the show here. Bobby Marks tweeted that the Jordan Poole deal won't be official till July 6th. It can't be official till July 6th. So I'm going to guess that means we got to go through this draft process. We're going to go through press conferences with Steve Kerr and Mike Dunleavy, and they're not going to be able to talk about the Chris Paul acquisition or the Jordan Poole trade, which is really dumb. They need to wait.
Mike Dunleavy's still going to be like, no, I mean, that extension, we're planning to have Jordan Poole here for years.
4 more years. 4 more years. 4 more years. Did you see the Knicks Paul George rumor?
I heard something about that. Yeah.
What do you think about that? Those two allegedly.
I mean,
it didn't say they were engaged in talks. It said they had struck me as past tense, had talks.
Yeah, I mean, everything with Paul George, that's my guy, but I understand the risk. I understand it's very risky to take on Paul George in any trade. But it feels like it's something that I might be willing to do if I was the Knicks, especially if the asking price wasn't nothing crazy. Like if I didn't have to give up Brunson or Randall, and it was like maybe RJ and some picks, they probably have to put up Manuel quickly in there. I wouldn't want to do that, but yeah, I'd love it. Knicks tape.
You know what was really funny about the Jordan Poole stuff is Bleacher Report had just pushed out like something from Jake Fisher that said the Warriors are engaged in trade talks for Jordan Poole for Jordan Poole, and like 5 seconds later that Jesse jumped up and said Chris Paul was just traded to the Warriors.
That's a crazy trade though. If nothing else happens today, this is already a big time day. Big time 24 hours with the Porzingis, Marcus Smart, now Chris Paul situation. It's big time.
Looks like Bonte's having a tough day.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, for a variety of reasons, I think Bonte's having a tough day.
He's just trying to work through it.
I think he's trying to connect this camera. There's so much technology in the Hill household.
While we wait for Bonte, can I tell you what I want to run back a little bit?
Oh yeah.
With the odds makers changing their odds situation, saying now Scoot is the favorite to go second to Charlotte. I'm not sure Zion gets moved to Portland no more. That was Scoot exclusive. If Scoot was there at 3, I think Portland would have made a deal to go get Zion and send Scoot to New Orleans. If it's Brandon Miller, I don't think that's the move that neither one of the teams are looking for. I think Portland, if it's not Scoot, I do believe they trade out of that pick though. If Scoot's not there, I think they trade.
Do you think Zion ends up getting moved at all then? Because they seem kind of they're over it at this point. Yeah. Brandon Miller, I think, would fill a need at that point, at least.
Yeah, I feel like New Orleans and Zion are done with each other.
Because you're probably taking back like Brandon Miller and like Anthony Simons or something for Zion at least.
Mm-hmm. But why would New Orleans want Brandon Miller?
He could take Zion's spot or whatever. Oh yeah, I guess him and Brandon Ingram play the same. Yeah.
That's why I'm running it back. I think if it's
was
not
Scoot
Scoot
exclusive.
there, it was Scoot exclusive.
Charlotte could really blow everything up.
He really could.
That's what. Yeah. See, this is the one part, man. I just can't get over that line we were told that day. Well, if it messes with Houston, then it's fine with us. Because I keep thinking, well, we don't know, but they probably know.
Mm-hmm.
And because the Paolo Jabari stuff, Houston didn't know.
Mm-hmm.
They absolutely did not know. And that's exactly what Orlando wanted. Why? I have no idea, but it is.
And see, so to go back to our earlier conversation, this is why I wouldn't want to know the draft picks. Like if we would have walked to the podium and Adam Silver would have said Paolo Banchero, bruh, we would have gone crazy. I don't want to know tonight. I don't like the odds and stuff is cool or whatever. That I don't have no problem with that. But I don't want to know until Adam Silver says the Charlotte Hornets are selecting whoever. I think that's what's great about the draft, or what used to be great about the draft.
It's funny that all of this talk about tipping picks when, on Twitter, when they've both tweeted Scoot's going second or Brandon Miller is going second. It's like, okay, guys, it's kind of the same thing.
Right.
What are we doing here?
Yeah.
What are we doing?
The draft fits are starting to leak out.
Oh, are they?
Gregory, I'm on Twitter. I'll retweet it. Gregory Dick has one. That's let's go. I'm trying to let the man
what?
play.
What? I didn't even say nothing.
It's interesting. It's interesting. It's at the NBA Twitter account. He got a nice little chain though. The chain is fire. I don't know if I'm feeling what he's got on though.
You said
he tried it.
You said you retweeted it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
He tried it. A for effort, but
okay.
I think it's a little too big.
Here's I don't want to leave the page we're on Twitter because it's so on the screen, but we'll throw this up on the screen. The reason I don't hate it is because it's just the top.
Mm-hmm.
Like if the pants had looked like with this sequins look, I don't think it wouldn't work.
We're giving out grades. I'm gonna give him. I'm gonna be generous. I'm gonna give him a B-. He tried it. I don't know if I like the turtleneck though. That's it. It's a turtleneck. It's not even a button up.
It is. I don't hate it. I don't hate it.
I'm getting a B-. I might even give him a C for the turtleneck. I don't like the turtleneck. The jacket
your problem?
is fine.
What's your problem with turtlenecks?
I love turtlenecks. I always wear them. It's in the old promo for the show.
It was.
I was wearing a turtleneck.
That's the one 95.7 has. That's the one they have. They put us up on their screen with them 3-year-old pictures.
That's facts. But I don't like the sequins turtleneck. I'm giving them a C.
I could see that.
Grade.
I think it might look cold if it was like a smooth like silk type color rather than the sequin, not color type material. So it had like it maintained the shiny look, but it was smooth.
Well, you see it was an ode to Dorothy, Kansas,
from the Wizard of the ruby red slippers.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
so that's why I say he tried it. Maybe I'll change the grade again. I'll give him a C+. He tried it. I have no problem with the effort.
Now, did he say it was a nod to Dorothy, or is that just the tweet says?
That's
okay,
what the tweet says.
Because
he may be talking about it on the.
That's a hell of a first night to go. Yeah, I was just getting my Dorothy on. Like, buddy, you need to know your audience. Oh, there's Vic's suit. I see Vic's suit.
Oh, this on the NBA joint.
It is.
Okay.
Yeah, it's.
Now they said Vic is like a big time fashion guy. Like I was listening to that. I like that jacket too. That's a nice blazer. They said like Brian Windhorst was talking about how he's for different interviews, he's maybe late to him, and the guy will be like, "Yeah, sir, we're late." He had to change his outfit 2 or 3 times. Oh, Robin Roberts, that's who it was. He was doing an interview with Robin Roberts, and So he was like a little behind because he went through 2 or 3 different outfits trying to find the right one. So he's a big time fashion guy. So I'm expecting to see him doing work on League Fits.
Okay, I'm with it.
He looks nice tonight, though. I like that. I like the suit. I like the jacket. He's got it's a blazer that has like a trench coat look to it. I like it.
I think Bonte is having some connection issues. He said he might have to do phone. Can you call him? You got Bonte's number? Can you call him? So we'll just have Bonte on the phone here real quick. No, I want Bonte. I want Bonte to hear himself talk when he calls. I was gonna run the sound back, but I'm gonna need Bonte to hear himself talk.
Real quick while we're waiting.
Yep.
Looks like the dream is coming to an end. Giants last night, another win.
Mm-hmm.
10 straight, their first time in 19 years winning 10 straight games.
That's
They're
amazing.
promptly down 7-0 in the fourth right now.
Well, it got them right where they want them.
Right where they want them.
They'll come back. All right, Bonte. But before we talk to Bonte Hill, let's check in with Bonte Hill.
What are your thoughts?
Well, Chris Paul's a dirty player.
Yep.
What do we all expect? The guy's putting on a clown show here in the second round of the playoffs. He put on a clown show in the Western Conference Finals a season ago. I don't know what's gotten in the guy. I loved the guy when he was a Hornet. Loved him at Wake Forest. All of a sudden, he goes to Live City. He goes to L.A., starts getting these State Farm commercials, and all of a sudden, he's an actor. And he's brought it over to the basketball court where all he's doing is flopping and acting. And it's just too much.
It's too much. It's too much. Bonte, these Chris Paul. It's too much, Bonte.
We got him.
Hey, I'm so sorry about the technical difficulties. I am so rattled right now. The camera's not working. I got the new mic for you guys to now crystal clear. And all of a sudden the camera doesn't want to work. And this is what I got to deal with. I'm like, my TV career probably over. That's what the receipts on me, man. That's it, baby. We ain't getting no house shooting in the Bay Area. We about to be broke for a long time.
Oh.
Stacey Company's Odyssey. That extension ASAP.
Stacey, you heard the man.
Boy, Bonte's having exactly the day I envisioned.
Hey, D-Lo KC, man. I miss y'all, man, so much. And I swear to y'all, I'm in swim class, right? We moved to Thursdays, 11:45. And I started walking to the shower after swim class. And baby Chaz, she went out there and did the damn thing, swimming like a fish.
That's what's
okay.
up.
Thank you for clarifying, because I was wondering if it was swimming or.
Here's another thing, Damien. I mean, I knew from the start when he said swim class. Oh, okay, yeah, got baby Chaz. You know, they're out there. Yeah,
we out there.
Just asking.
So I get in the shower. I said, I've been away from my phone. This draft day, something's going down. And Casey, I know you always listen. I was saying I got a hunch something big is happening with the Warriors.
You've been saying that.
Back. And I get to my phone as I'm dressing baby Chaz. The Shasky's blowing me up. I'm like, man, what's going on, man? Something happened with the show producer? What's going on, man? The Egan nitpicking about a break at 7-11? What the heck's going on here? And he goes, I can't believe it. I'm like, what are you talking about? Giants give up a 3-run bomb or something? You can't no start. He's like, no, you didn't see the trade? So I look at the trade, and I said, I don't know what to say right now. I just don't know what to do. We got to root for Chris Paul in the way.
Now, Bonte, much like I never understood it with Russell Westbrook, why do you guys hate Chris Paul so much?
Well, I don't know if I hate the player because the player's a damn good player. I actually thought he should have won the MVP the year Kobe won the MVP. I thought Chris Paul was that good. I really like his game. When college basketball was college basketball, he was that dude at Wake Forest. And it was him, Darren Williams, who's the best point guard. But, man, when it started with Live City and he started to act in and he kind of he started the little dirty tactics that, we're honest, Draymond Green is known for it too. We've had to live with that. We know how we feel about Draymond Green. His fan base is divided over number 23. Now we got two of these dudes on the same team. Two on the same team. And so he started the antics and the flop. He represents everything that's wrong with the game today. Like, the great thing about the NBA Finals, we got a lot of honest basketball. We got a lot of dudes who's just out there playing hard, playing for the spirit of the game, like your Sacramento Kings. They ain't about that life. You know what I'm saying? Now, one dude is in the middle, but we're not going to get into that today.
Look
Come
at this guy.
I got to make myself feel – hey, KC D-Lo, I got to make myself feel good, man.
This guy.
That's right. And now, listen, man, and so it's all those things that you heard on that clip. And it's like, dude, I swear, a true story. When I was in those locker rooms, I used to cover the visiting team for 95.7. And I walked in there in that locker room after game one of the Western Conference semifinals, the year KD got hurt in 2019. And I literally watched my own two eyes. Anybody who's in that locker room, Chris Paul, James Harden, and Mike D'Antoni, pull up a cell phone and look at tweets talking about, they've been staffed out, You know how we all screenshot stuff. We're all known for it, but that's what we do as fans. NBA superstars are looking at Twitter talking about, and then the report came out, the referees missed 81 foul calls in game one. Like, what? Daryl Morey, so that love, there's no love for Chris Paul. And now you do this to us. We're already hurting for Bob Myers being gone. Sean Livingston's gone. We don't know what's happening with Draymond Green. One of our babies in Jordan Poole is now going to the nation's capital where he may average 28 a game. Now, it may not mean nothing because they may win 25 games. But now we got Chris Paul. Now, I'm going to talk myself into it by opening week, and we'll see him at Media Day. I'm like, Chris Paul, big fan of yours, man. You're a Hall of Famer, man. Yada, yada, yada. But I mean, maybe it's a money move long term because Jordan Poole's extension kicks in. 4 years, $123 million. That's up to $143 million. That does kick in, and so Chris Paul, he's going to basically be gone after one season. That's the hope. But I just, oh my gosh, I didn't think that was going to be the splash.
Yeah, well, Julius Hodge, I think that's who it was. He says Chris Paul's always been this way. You guys remember that when he got Julius Hodges in the man region at Wake Forest, in Wake Forest versus NC State. He's always been that way.
Hey, KC, and Julius Hodge was never the same. I thought he was only a baller.
That'll change you.
You wouldn't be.
That'll change you right
there. December 30th, 2011. Ricky Rubio also looked nice tonight. D Rose showed me why Chris Paul's nickname should be CP No D. Pause. Yeah, that's Bonte Hill back in 2011.
That's me on 2011.
Oh man. Yeah.
Oh man, your boy.
We have a team of people examining your tweets right now.
Oh my gosh.
We're on the job.
We're on. Hey, 916. Sacramento, I got love for y'all, man. Don't do me like that, man. Your boy got to work 2 jobs. I live in the Bay Area. You heard Shasky. He said we all broke there. Here we got to move all over the place. I don't want to live in Visalia by summertime,
Visalia.
Don't do me like that. This is not going in well, man. Oh,
you heard the hey, you heard the man.
Right now, y'all dudes.
Baby Ched's gonna have to stop her swim classes if you don't have the extra job. We just can't afford it, honey. I'm sorry, I'll teach you how to swim at the local pool, but we can't have any swim classes no more.
Dude, the swim class is done. We got ballet at 4:30 today. That's probably not happening next week after I get my ass fired from NBC. You know what I'm saying? That's going to be done. So, D-Lo, Casey, I was looking forward to seeing y'all July 3rd at the California Classic. I was coming up there. I don't even know if I want to roll with up there.
Yeah, but you got to pull up, man. Pull up, man. Come on, man.
You know what's funny? I think Sacramento's up to something big. I really feel like the Kings are ready to make a splash because of way, and I'm really gonna be sick. I can't believe y'all doing this to me, man. Hey. I can't believe y'all.
Hey, don't change the subject. Don't do that. I see what you're doing. Don't do that. Don't do that. We are going. All we had to deal with after Game 7, we are going to wallow in your misery right now. We are going to enjoy every second of this. Now let's be serious for a second.
Yeah. All right. I see you guys are serious on camera.
Did your team get better today?
I think they're in the same spot. I think they're a second round team right now. They're in the same spot. And we just got older and we got smaller. And everybody wants to talk about Jordan Poole's defense. Well, have we seen Chris Paul's defense the last 2 postseasons? I mean, the Dallas Mavericks were merciless in that second round series. They went pick and roll at him all day long, and they wore him out. Soft tissue issues, soft tissue injuries all day long. So, they're in the same spot. Now, do I think they're done making some moves? Maybe not. I don't know. But right now they're in the same spot to me. They're not a championship contender. They can't beat the Nuggets. They can't beat the Lakers right now. And heck, who's the guard when you're playing Bradley Beal, Devin Booker, and Kevin Durant? Who are you going to hide Chris Paul on? Because you already got to do that with Stephen Curry.
Man, that team's ass, though.
Well,
it don't matter.
And see, here's the thing. Here's the thing about it. I'm glad you brought those guys up because I like Bradley Beal a lot. Obviously, I like those other guys too. I like Chris Paul. I think he still has something in him. But the same issue that I have is the same issue I have with both teams is I don't like the fit. In Phoenix, I just don't like the fit of Bill, Booker, and KD. I just don't think that works at all. In Golden State, I don't like the fit because here's what I'm saying. Tell me if I'm wrong, Bonte.
Yeah.
CP3, Curry at the 2, Clay at the 3, Wiggins at the 4, Dre at the 5.
Yeah, that's too small. I'm not. You still got the same problems you had last season. To me, that doesn't work. Small ball in this conference now, the league is getting bigger again. And even the wing players who are like 6'8", 6'9", 7 feet. I mean, and my problem with Draymond Green, when it goes back to him, they're still going to lay off of him. Where's he going to fit in that 5 lineup? He's going to be at the top of the key with the ball in his hand. So wait, Chris Paul hides in one corner. Klay Thompson hides in one corner while Steph Curry runs around like it's Lake Merced or something, and he's running around, running miles all over the place. And you got Andrew Wiggins. Where does he fit? Because he operates in that elbow, 15-foot range. That doesn't fit to me. That doesn't work. I don't see it working right now. And I'm not a basketball savant like you are, KC. I didn't play the game at a high level. But to me, that still doesn't work. You can't play 4-on-5 basketball. Not in today's game. We just watched the NBA Finals. You got to have threats all over the place. If you don't have a threat, that team will look for your non-threat, and they will say, hey, go ahead and shoot it. So you still run into the same problem you had against the LA Lakers and the Sacramento Kings.
October 17th, 2017. I see Chris Paul hasn't forgotten how to flop. He's in mid-season form. At Bonte Hill.
Now look, I'll stall the words out just a little bit here. And to clarify something for me when I say this, Bonte, the one thing they were able to do is they were able to help their financials. I don't think there's anything outside of trading Clay. I don't think there's anything they're going to be able to do this year. If they trade Clay, now that's a different story. But moving forward, Chris Paul's money comes off. Now, does that help their cap or does that help the luxury thing? Because they still got a lot of big money on the books. Does that free up cap space or it just keeps them out of the second apron situation?
To my knowledge right now, and I haven't even dove deep into it because I was feeding baby girl lunch, just shaking my head, kind of banging my head against the table, thinking CP3 is going to be in a Warrior uniform. You guys are out here pulling tweets from 2011. I didn't even know Twitter was alive in 2011.
Bonte was Googling, how do you erase old tweets?
See that, dude? I am. Well, it's too late now because the boys in Sacramento got all the screenshots. I mean, they pulling out videos and everything.
Well, look, while we're here on March 1st, 2022, Eddie says, "Who do Warrior fans despise more, Pat Bev or CP3?" At Bonte Hill, no question, Chris Paul.
No.
Well, no, dude, I think it helps a luxury tax short term and long term. Obviously, you're going to have some money off the books because Klay Thompson's he's going into an expiry contract season where he's on the contract. He's got to try to get paid. But what do these extensions look like? Draymond and Klay are 33 years old. Steph is 35, making $50 million a year. Now he's worth every cent and more. But Chris Paul, so what do you do with these slots? Like you had a young asset in Jordan Poole, and I think people forget his first playoff run. Now, first playoff runs for a lot of teams. We saw Keegan Murray struggle the first part of the series against the Warriors, but once he got his footing, boom, he hit his stride, and I thought he was really, really good. That's going to help him in the future. I thought Jordan Poole was going to help him after he averages 17 in that first postseason run. People forget Draymond got booted out of game one. Jordan Poole scored 31 in that game, and they stole game one in Memphis. So I mean, I don't, and I apologize about that. All kind of stuff is happening over here, but I just don't
flustered.
know. Guys, I just don't get going to get a 38-year-old point guard. That was not what the Golden State Warriors needed. They did not need a Chris Paul in that locker room, but it tells me that the organization basically chose Draymond over Jordan Poole. And now what does Draymond Green's contract look like? Is he really going to get 3 for 90? Is he really going to get 3 for 100? Now think about it like this. You guys watch Looney. Let me ask you guys this. You guys watch Kevon Looney up close and personal. I know Matt George is sending all the apologies in the world about Kevon Looney. Looney's making $7.5 million next season. If Draymond makes 27 a year on that new deal, because he opted out of $27.5 million, so he must think he's going to get 30. Is he really $20 to $23 million better than Kevon Looney?
No.
The finesse god, Draymond Green. I got to tip my hat. He's going to get another bag.
Can't hate the player, hate the game, huh?
Jordan Poole played 82 games last year.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
Bonte.
Yep. And that's the other thing. Real quick, sorry to cut you off, D.
Good, baby.
I'm glad you brought that up. Chris Paul's only going to play, 50 to 60 games? He ain't playing on back-to-backs. Steph Curry's going to get low minutes. Klay Thompson's going to get low minutes. And when they get low minutes, that's when Draymond Green's like, yeah, I'm out too. So, but I mean, I'm flustered right now, man. Y'all caught me on the wrong day, man.
I'll tell you,
the wrong day. And Dirty Chaz has no idea what's going on.
I'll tell you this, Bonte. I can speak for the whole city of Sacramento, and I know you can see me when I say this. We hate hearing you like this. It's just killing us to hear you so disheveled.
Like I said,
over Warriors.
Bonte, my guy, hated had to be him.
I hate it. It's tough.
Dude, hey, some tweets are. I didn't even know I was tweeting in 2011. That was 12 years ago, man. I was covering high school sports.
Hey, go tend to the baby, man. We appreciate you. This wasn't booked. You just jumped on out of the kindness of your heart, and we'll see what happens over the next couple of days.
Hey, Bonte, you pulling up to the Cali Classic, man? Y'all coming up?
Yeah, I'm coming up July 3rd. I got you, man. I'm gonna need some hugs from y'all,
we here, man.
We
got you. We're gonna do some champagne and campaigning afterwards. Yeah, we got you, big
dog.
We're
gonna take you out.
Yep, no doubt. I'm gonna see you guys. We'll connect on that, man. I can't wait to see the Chatty House, man, and all the people who represent ESPN 1320, man. It was a lot. That first round series was a lot of fun, man. Like, man, honestly, I didn't even have it in me to talk a lot of trash after Game 7, because at the end of the series, I had a lot of respect for what y'all brought to the table, man. And I think I truly do believe the Kings have a bright future, man. And I'm a little petrified that they're going to end up with OG or Pascal Siakam, man. The Kings are lurking. They are lurking. They got a shot to be a real factor in the West for a long time to come. So I see you boys on July 3rd, man. We'll make it happen.
Wait. March 4th. No, I'm just joking. I don't have that.
Appreciate you, Bonte.
Hey, man. Hey, it's about to be some duty sensation this next hour, baby.
Hey, get on it, baby. Get on it before it's too late.
My man, take care, big dog.
That's a man, Bonte Hill right there, man. Great stuff from him. Again, completely impromptu. Just sent him a text. Hey, you got to join us after that news came out. Good to hear. We'll show him some love when he's out here. Absolutely. He'll actually get to see what the California Classic is like with people.
Well, I mean, he didn't get that opportunity.
The Chase Center basically had like a pandemic version of the California Classic.
They had cutouts.
They had the bubble. They had the bubble version of the California Classic. Bonte, we'll show you what the California Classic is supposed to be like when you come out here next week for that, or week and some change away. Good time. He sounded disheveled.
I mean, I'm telling you, I understand.
Yeah.
If Draymond Green were to be signed by the Sacramento Kings, they'd be calling me to come on 95 and I'm like, Ryan, I don't know. Ryan has had food right now, and I don't know what to say. It'd be a mess.
And are those swim classes the ones that you see where they just throw the baby in and just to see what the baby does?
No, I mean,
I always bug out when I see that.
Some of them do that, and I don't like it.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's what the babies probably know how to swim better than I do right now. But I just don't like it.
Well, you hate the water.
I know where I won't be going in the water.
Where?
To go see the Titanic.
That's okay.
Not doing that.
Even you don't have that much money. And you got a lot of money. You hear how much they spent to do that?
Crazy. $250,000.
They spent $250,000 for a death tube, man. That's terrible.
I was reading up on that.
I would have asked. I'm sorry. How many voyages does this thing make before me?
I think the thing is, part of that story, like people that work there for like whatever the company is or whatever, like voice their concerns, like this isn't going to work. Like this is bad. They got fired.
Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly. I was reading up on that. I did a little deep dive for like 30 minutes last night. No, you couldn't. No.
Aren't they? Don't they run out of time?
Yeah, they said this morning
It was this
They
morning.
ran out.
They ran out.
Yeah, they didn't. They never found anything, but they said they ran out. So RIP to them, man, for sure.
That's terrible.
No way.
That is
no
just
way.
And I
terrible.
think they did find debris too from the.
Really, they found.
Yeah,
something?
this morning also.
You took a submarine down to see a ship that sank.
Mm. And they've done it before too. I think they've had. I said they said they've been doing it for the last 3 summers or 5 summers or something like that.
It was an 8-hour trip down there.
They said
it took 8 hours to get there.
The guy, they had a reporter who they were talking to real quick who said, you know, he went on there to report and he was like, I was nervous to go down there, and like 30 miles in, they were like, oh, something went wrong. We have to come back up. And he's like, crazy. But he said he talked to people who actually went down there before. They said it was life-changing. I don't think so, but that's how they felt.
Man, that's awful.
RIP to those people, man.
Just terrible. We'll come back. I don't know. We'll just continue to talk. I can't lie. I just want to keep talking to Bonte. He was squirming all over the place in that conversation. But we're going to talk to Matt George coming up in the 3 o'clock hour. We really haven't centered much of our attention on the draft tonight. We'll do that. It's D'Lo and Casey, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Kicking it with Casey.
I didn't even get a chance. I had a whole plan. Kicking it's going to have to wait till tomorrow or next week. I had a whole idea, but then Chris Paul got traded.
Funny thing about that trade too is like all the Warriors fans saying like Chris Paul doesn't fit there and stuff like that and all that stuff. Maybe Mike Dunleavy Jr. is just a bad GM.
Maybe he was told what to do. I think Laker wants to keep these guys together forever.
You don't think there was anything else out there for Jordan Poole though? Like that's my thing. Like that's possible, but it's like I have to imagine like CP3 just doesn't fit there. Like there had to be something else.
So here's why I think, or here's one of the reasons why I think Laker, might be behind it, is them doing that essentially may allow them to keep Clay. So if they would have traded other players that aren't on expiring, they'd still be in the same money boat. Now with the guy that's on the expiring, he can go get Clay and not be $500 million in the tax.
Yeah, I keep forgetting about the money stuff with this.
Yeah. You see the Canelo tweet?
I saw that. So what's happening, right? He just needs to stay with PBC.
He should. He gets to do pay-per-view. So they got him and Benavidez is there. Come on, man. Come on.
Maybe in March or May, whatever.
Yeah. We might have to go to Vegas for that one. We might have to be out there.
I'm down.
Jesse, we're going.
I'm down. We'll have Damian run the board that day.
We might have to be there for that because Canelo versus Benavidez. But Canelo versus Charlo, I've been talking about this for like 4 years. It's finally gonna happen. The Charlos do concern me though because they haven't fought in forever, so I don't know what that looks like.
They'll lose. Jamal's fighting him.
Jamal
will lose, but it'll be a fun lead up.
Jamal's been out longer than Jamal.
Yeah.
Is this again, wait for Damian to see this. We got Scoot's outfit. No shirt. Blazer, no shirt. I mean, all this stuff. You're never going to find me saying somebody looks bad on the record because I understand the fashion aspect. Oh, he does have a shirt. It's just he's got like 4 buttons open. But he's got a grill in too. I understand, taking a chance on the fashion. I don't have no problem with it. So I don't think anybody's going to get an F. Only if they come to the draft like Tim Duncan. Maybe they get an F for that. But other than that, it's okay. You see Scoop? Got the grill in.
Okay.
LeBron had a grill the other day.
Okay. All right, Scoop. Yeah, we should pull up that NBA page now that we talked to Bonte. I like that jacket.
I'm all for it.
I like it.
I give Scoot
I like the colors.
I give Scoot a B+. It may be moved up to an A. I don't see anything wrong with it, so to speak.
I think you're a tougher grader than I am. I'm giving Scoot an A. That's an A outfit for me.
I gave him a B plus. It could be moved up to an A. I'm gonna review it.
I mean, Sparkle is the jam. That's definitely a 2022, 2023 thing. I like the different colors on it. I like the shirt underneath with the open, the super open.
Yeah, he's got about 4 buttons down.
See, that's a look. I was trying to explain to somebody over the weekend that because the outfit I had, I originally had a couple more buttons down and was told no.
Who said no?
Well, I was told no.
Oh, okay.
So I was like, okay,
say no more.
All right, I'll fix it. But I've been trying, like, yo, this is the look. This is how you do it. Like,
what?
This is how you do
There's
it.
a couple of things that I'm about to purchase where there ain't gonna be no buttons.
I got one shirt the other day that I was like, I'll just put like one, and just let the rest go.
Just no buttons. That's how you doing in summer.
You
summer
going-
short set, no button.
Where you going with no buttons?
Somebody barbecue.
You coming over to my house with your shirt off?
Yeah.
Listen, what's
no buttons.
What's my man's name? Grady. What's
Grady Dick?
Yeah. Okay. Let's. I see again. I think you're a little bit of a tougher guy. I like
now,
this.
I'm looking again.
So,
maybe that's a button-up shirt. Maybe it's not a turtleneck.
Oh, that looks like a turtleneck to me.
That when he first comes back up, it looks like there's a collar.
No, that's a turtleneck, bro. That's a turtleneck. Yeah. The only thing that really, really makes this work to me is that he's just got slacks on, and it doesn't match. Like it's just black and it works. Like I'm gonna go B plus with that. That's a solid B plus.
Yeah. Would I give him a B minus?
Yeah.
Yeah. I moved it up to a B minus. Shoulder pads are big this draft too.
It's that Kanye.
Yeah.
That's that Kanye look.
You gotta have the shoulder pads. But see, here's the thing with Scoop.
I'm sure Chris Murray's wearing a nice, sensible suit to the draft.
Here's why I gotta wait to give him my final grade because I want to know what an A looks like to me. I can't start him at an A or and then I see an A. I mean, I guess I could.
Scoot's an A. That's an A to me. That's an A.
He's at a soft B plus right now. Could move up.
Hair looks great.
Yeah, got the grill in, tops and bottom.
Got the grill matches the colors on the jacket. I like Scoot. Scoot's solid.
Yeah.
Question is he the number 2 pick or the number 3 pick?
Does he have any kind of colors?
And is he a Portland Trailblazer? or is he a Pelican? Or is he a Celtic? Or is he in the jewelry?
The jewelry's on crazy.
That's too much though. Like, look, it doesn't even sit right. He's got too much jewelry on.
Fix it a little bit, but that's how you got to do it.
That's too much.
No, that's how you got to do it. If you got it, that's what you got to.
He's returning that. He's giving it back to his agent when the draft.
Yeah, sure, but if you got 4,
it's gotta sit right though.
Look at the twins. The twins look really nice. Yeah, the twins
look good.
They got.
I do like one more like a cream color. The other one wore a black color.
Yeah.
Pink
look
looks
Brandon
good.
Miller. Brandon Miller in his that's Alabama.
Looks good.
That's Alabama pattern suit.
Let's get Kamara in here. 916.
Now you want to talk about dressing?
Yeah, man.
You want to talk about dressing?
It's a whole different.
This the guy right here.
It's a whole different league right here. What's up, Kamara?
You guys, if you guys had were drafted tonight, do you have a suit in the closet ready to go?
Oh no, I'd have to buy one. Absolutely custom,
not.
all that. Yeah.
We got an event in August that I don't have a suit for.
Yeah, no, I'm buying something.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Hey, I can, hit me offline. I have a place.
I think I follow some of your places. Yeah, send them to me because I'm gonna need some. I'm gonna say this right now. If my girl Justine is doing what she's supposed to doing right now with my girl Carrie, we're throwing the biggest party you have ever seen in August. And I'm gonna need something shiny like what Scoot had on.
You need a shiny. You want a shiny suit? You going P Diddy?
Not that kind of shiny suit, but like I'm gonna need some stones, I'm gonna need a look.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna need a look.
Okay.
Send me your people.
I'll send you one. And KC, what is your suit style? Are you what are you flashy? Or what are you like?
Nah, you know what I'm saying? I'm more who would I who would I compare it to? It's like like an Idris Elba type thing, like
you a
almost
classic
man.
You a classic.
Real crisp European
Yep.
fit. Real form fitting. That's usually my.
You a
thing.
you a
I like
classic. for
my
sure.
ties too. I don't like nothing. I might go no tie, but I'm classic.
If I go no tie, I'm going at least 4 buttons down.
Yeah, see, and that's the thing though. When we
Jesus,
going in
more
August, like
buttons.
the buttons will be open in August.
It's gonna be some man cleavage.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm more like
Kamara's
Kamara.
flabbergasted.
I'm more like Kamara on his Christmas cards. I'm more Kamara on his Christmas card with the double-breasted joint. You know what I'm saying? If in the right certain time of year, we'll go with the turtleneck, also form fitting. You know what I mean? European cut. That's usually how I go, man.
Keep it tight, keep it right. You know what I'm saying? Okay. I really called just to talk about the draft and the hilarity of it, man. But I mean, this is a better conversation, honestly.
Who
We'll leave on a high note.
who you got the Kings taking tonight?
Oh man, I don't even know. I mean, people saying Chris Murray, man, but it kind of wouldn't be a little bit redundant. I'm not sure.
I don't think it's redundant. I just think people are being lazy. I think that's all that it is. Yeah.
Oh,
damn. Kamara said, I don't give a damn what you think. Y'all talking about walking around with 4 buttons down. I'm out.
Yo, that's the classic one when the dial tone hits, man. That one gets me every time.
Kamara just said, I'm done with y'all. Y'all ask me about suits. Damn. This is a cold world. It's a cold world we live in.
Oh, man. But, the funny thing is we haven't talked about the Kings because everything that's been going on and everything that's going on in their draft. I'll ask you straight up right now.
I don't know what to say.
I'll ask you straight up right now. Do you think they're making a pick at 24?
Yes.
So no trade happening?
Not
If
today,
not
no.
Of the pick?
No.
Okay. You think they're drafting all 3?
No. Did they have 3 last year or 2? Didn't they have 3? Because they drafted one for somebody else, right? Isn't that what happened with Jaden?
That was Hardy.
I think they take. Yeah, I think they draft all 3.
They got some roster spots they got to fill. So they're not going to be done. They're going to be active in free agency.
Yeah, but are we talking 15-man roster spots?
Yeah, I mean, like drafting a Keon Ellis type guy. Like, but you still
if you're drafting a Keon Ellis type guy. That means Keon Ellis probably on the main roster.
Maybe so, but right now they've got the 5, Monk, Davion, and that's it. Kata. So right now they've got 7, 8 guys under contract. Now you're hoping to get Sasha. You're hoping to get maybe Trey Lyles back. So, maybe now you're at 9. That means there might be 3, 4 open roster spots.
These Thompson twins might be more identical than the Murray twins. These brothers look exactly
I don't
the
know
same.
who is who. I don't know.
Well, one's Amin and one's Asar. What do you mean?
Yeah, I don't know. I can't tell you.
Well,
That's Amin.
Yeah, that one right there. The ball player, the one in the suit. I look at, and maybe that's because I've been looking at pictures. I've been pulling pictures of Chris for like videos, YouTube, stuff like that. It's like you look at Chris and you're like, okay, he's obviously his identical twin. I feel like if they were in front of us, we'd be able to tell them apart.
I feel like that too.
There's just like it's just like slight, like you'd be able to tell, okay, they look just like a little bit different. You could tell them apart. These brothers don't look different at all. They do not look different at all. I don't think Chris Murray's going. I actually wondered this morning, like, is Chris Murray going to the Warriors?
He had a second workout with the Warriors the other day.
I don't think Chris is going to be at 24. I think that was the collective laziness of a variety of people who just thought, and to their defense, this draft, truth be told, I'm so thankful this Chris Paul trade happened. I don't know what to say about the Kings unless we're going to okay, after the break, let's talk about Bryce Sensabaugh. Then after the break, let's talk about Noah Clowney. And then we would have to spend like every single, quarter hour of this show talking about a different pick that has been slotted at some point to 24. This is the latest in the uncharted territory for this generation of Kings fans.
Right.
We're not used to this.
No.
Like it's 4, 7, 11, 2. Those are the numbers this team drafts at. They don't draft at 24, and it's a as we're all learning, it's a different dynamic.
And that's what I was trying to figure out when I talked about like the uncertainty and all these guys being in the range of 24, like 30 guys in the range of 24 and different mocks and stuff like that. Is this how it normally is for everybody at around 24? Like this may just be how things go. And that would actually make sense, because how are we going to be like, yeah, I know for sure that this guy's going 23. Like, bro, there's no, half the team just got done playing. How do you know they're going to take it at 24? But when you're in the top 7, like that's easy. There's 6 guys to choose from. And usually if you're like last year at 4, there was like 2 guys that you could choose from. It felt like it was either going to be Keegan or Jaden Ivey. And that was about it. That's what
maybe Mathurin. You like throw some other names in there to create
I wished upon a star for Shaden, but that as we got closer, got further and further away. So, yeah, I feel like this is just kind of par for the course possibly for a team picking at 24.
I think they should try to find a way, if it's possible. I don't know how much value second round picks have, but move those second round picks maybe for like a role player or something like that.
Yeah, you can get
like
Bradley Beal for him, apparently.
Because I mean, if we're talking like,
you don't even have to give picks if you're dealing with the Wizards. No. Just here.
Because if they're gonna have Keita and Keon Ellis on the bench this season, like you're gonna add 2 more second round picks. They're gonna be 4 guys who really don't have any real not NBA skill. They're not ready yet.
So here's what I would say. I may need to see Keita and Keon Ellis. We have to beat somebody out. I'm not giving you this roster spot. I may draft some guys that I like, and we'll see what happens in the summer. I don't know if Keita's playing in the summer, but Keon probably playing in the summer. We'll see what happened in the training camp. And you're not going to be given this roster spot. I'm bringing in these young, hungry dogs. That's kind of where I'm leaning a little bit, Jesse, because I think you can get your role player in free agency.
Yeah, because if that's the case, then yeah, you can use second round picks or whatever. But I'm not sold on like, oh, Keita's gonna come in, he's gonna be the backup big. Like, no.
I agree. I need to see them. They're gonna have to win those spots.
If Keita can't come in and be the backup big, then I don't really care what Monty does with the second round picks, because Keita was a second round pick that I was excited for. That I was like, okay, I get it. I see what we're doing here. If Keita doesn't work out, then it's all right. Now I'm not going to think a lot about those anymore.
That's why I'm like, just move the second round picks for a guy who's already in the league. He might be your 9th, 10th guy, but at least he's been in the league and can play.
Right.
And there's probably someone who'd be willing to do that just because of financial situations.
Yeah. And some of those, maybe the guy gets beat out. Maybe everything we thought and hoped Keita would be, the guy they pick at 37 beats him out, and he is that.
So that's a good point, because it's 24 and 37. Those are the first 2 that they have.
I think it's 37.
That 37 pick feels high. It like, you know what I mean? Like it feels like a relatively high pick. I think that 37 is a player, right? And I don't, whatever they do after that, they do. But I feel like they're looking at that as maybe and if it's not a player, it's a strong trade piece, because it's high in the second round. But my problem is when we talk about what to do with these picks, I'm just stuck on the one deal that we've gotten, I don't think, any movement on in a week and a half.
Yeah,
and I don't
know what's going on there.
I don't know anything about what Chris Haynes talked about regarding, Pascal Siakam. I like it, but I allowed myself, it's my fault, to get hung up on the OG Anunoby thing. And that's the deal I wanted them to make. If there's another one out there and it makes the team better, cool, let's roll. Let's do it.
For sure.
But that's the one I've allowed myself to get hung up on.
I agree. I know we're talking draft, but something came across Kings related that caught my eye. And mama, we made it. I know we were watching Scoot Henderson talk here in the studio, but obviously the volume's down. And somebody got a clip. Quote, Scoot's talking. Quote, I want to play all these guys. I want to play Dame. I want to play De'Aaron Fox. I want to play Steph Curry. Also, that's where De'Aaron at now, huh? Okay. Okay. That's where 5 is at now. That's what I'm talking about. That playoff series changed everything. I was watching. Oh, no, I wasn't watching. I was on Twitter last night. I think a Warriors fan, I forgot, came across and he goes, man, I'll clean it up a little bit. He said, man, De'Aaron was tearing us up. So I'm going back and watching some of these games, and he was killing us. That series might have changed De'Aaron Fox's whole career.
But it's very different. Is there a player that you want to see that you stand up toe-to-toe with?
I don't really think so.
Okay.
I want to play all the guys. I want to play De'Aaron Fox. I want to play against Steph Curry. Like, I want to get all that bump. You know, I want to get in there. I'm trying to get in there.
Okay. But
pause. That's a great outfit. I'm on my guy's outfit. I'm trying to find a.
I'm thinking of A-, man. I'm thinking of A-.
Okay.
Richard Jefferson, I don't like his glasses at all.
Richard Jefferson's, yeah, that's not my bag. I was gonna say something, but I think it would have resulted in a dramatic pause, so I'm just gonna leave it. League Fits needs to be on Twitter for moments like this, so I can access these outfits quicker, relying on NBA to do it.
Yeah, well, you know, they ain't gonna get it done. Yeah, but yeah, that's that playoff series and the way he performed in that playoff series. Look, man, game 1, ABC, the world is watching. 38 and a win. Ooh, 38 and a win. Clutch time buckets. That was big for De'Aaron, man.
The Chatty House is now digging up Butcher Boy tweets.
Oh no!
Oh yeah!
Oh no!
Butcher Boy is going down. They got him May 14th, 2018. Joe Shasky. Chris Paul is a fraud. I'm sorry. Oh, Rob W's working really hard.
Oh man. Oh man.
Screw Chris Paul. He's awesome, but he's A, a flopper, B, a whiner, C, a hack, D, he's annoying as hell.
Oh man. Damn. Bonte and Butch, my guys, hated had to be them.
Man, just win at Butch for no. Just Butch, guilty by association.
So you mentioned this earlier. I wonder what CP3 is thinking right now.
Yeah, me too.
I think these guys, the really, we're talking Steph Curry. He's the leader. He's the man. And he's the type of guy that is a welcoming guy. Like you with us, I'm welcoming you. We're good. Like everything's water under the bridge. He would do that with LeBron. He'd do that with Harden. Anybody. That's just the type of leader and ball player he is. But if this was, it just feels like Chris Paul walking into that locker room with the heat, the real heat that he's had with that franchise for years. That's gotta be weird.
Is it heat with the franchise or heat with the fans? Like, I don't think like him and the Warriors team maybe has beef.
See, I don't think so either, but I think he really wanted to beat them.
Oh,
like
he definitely did.
He bothered him
did.
That he never beat them.
Here's a question, because I believe they're all professionals, and I think Steph Curry kind of sets the tone with this, and I think everyone will move forward just fine.
Mm-hmm.
What if, and I do believe this is an extreme hypothetical, what if Golden State wins, right? Mm-hmm. They win the championship.
Mm-hmm.
How does Chris Paul feel about this title?
I would say by the time
he couldn't beat them.
Yeah.
And not that, he didn't leave to join them.
Yeah.
But he winds up winning his singular title. Well, what I imagine would be his singular title in the NBA with the Golden State Warriors.
My first thought is there would have been enough time together with that group that they would have had a bond where he felt okay about it. I mean, he'd feel okay about it anyway, but he wouldn't feel some type of way. If he was traded at the deadline to the Warriors, maybe that's not enough time to get rid of all those scars that you had of being going up against the Warriors all those years. But a full year, I think he'd enjoy it. I think he'd have time to enjoy it.
Interesting tweet from our buddy Chris Haynes. There's growing sentiment Toronto star Pascal Siakam, who's on an expiring deal, would not re-sign with the team who attempts to trade for him, as his preference is to remain with the Raptors.
All right, we'll stay with the Raptors then.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's whatever.
We want your teammate. So, yeah, enjoy Canada.
Yeah, whatever. Stay there.
Don't bother me any.
Toronto's a great place. So I hear. I've never been there. I got to get to
Never been there either. I didn't get a chance to listen to Chris Haynes' the podcast in which he made the reference to Siakam and OG in Sacramento.
I didn't hear it either. Yeah.
I just haven't heard anything about Sacramento and Siakam. That doesn't mean anything. I'm nobody. But he did. It's not like he elaborated on it and talked in depthly about it. I wonder if it's just some things that he heard, just kind of mentioned it and kept moving.
And maybe maybe I shouldn't say anything because stop it. Alfonso in the chat. Sacramento Airport just added direct flights to Toronto. So let's not do that. Who were we watching the flights for somebody not too long ago? What was it? Maybe it wasn't Sacramento specifically. But we were watching the flights for somebody.
A person?
Was it a coach?
What do you mean, Dan Gilbert?
No. So somebody in the chat will know. We were not too long ago. I believe it was on this show. We were watching flight schedules. Oh, it was Portland when they got rained in. There was that. Maybe that's what it was.
Oh yeah,
maybe that's.
When
I
Portland
thought it was
coming to Sacramento, and they got here. We got to the arena before they did.
Yeah, maybe that's.
And no one played.
Yeah. But yeah. Look, I always thought those reports that said the Kings are, active in Pascal and OG Anunoby, I never thought they were like to get them both here.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's how a lot of people took them. Like, oh, what are they going to give up? I was like, no, well, they're not trying to. I mean, if they could, they would. I don't think that's their objective to get them both in Sacramento. I think they're looking at a deal for either one of those guys.
Yeah.
And that's how I always thought it was.
Nah, I'm with you. And because it wasn't a subject that a lot of time was spent on, it's like, oh, it's probably just some stuff he heard and just throwing it out there and keeping it moving.
Yeah.
We know that Sacramento and Toronto have been talking. Why wouldn't they talk about Pascal Siakam too?
Yeah.
I don't believe that was their target. Their target was OG Anunoby. And I'm saying was because I don't know, man. I never had a draft day deadline for this, though. I never thought if they don't do it by the draft, it's not happening. I think if they don't do it by like next Friday morning, it's not happening because they can't get caught flat-footed when it comes to Harrison Barnes. They or if it's not Harrison, I believe that it is, but if it's not Harrison, whoever their target is in free agency for that position, be it Kyle Kuzma, Kelly Oubre, whoever. My gut tells me, with a minor bit of intel, that I think it's Harrison. But
and one TPX in the chat says OG trade hasn't happened yet since the Kings can't trade their 24th pick until they draft someone. But I think there's still wording that says they're like if they announce right now the trade is happening, the Kings will be drafting for Toronto at the 24th pick.
Which, yeah, I believe you're right.
Maybe they can't say that right now. I don't know.
But I think that'd be maybe. I don't know that you can, but maybe you can. I have no idea.
Real quick, I don't know if this is something that I saw maybe a minute or two ago. Bovada now has Brandon Miller as the favorite to go to.
So these books are going back and forth. Is FanDuel the book? What's the Someone never left Scoot. One of the book,
BetMGM or-
maybe it was BetMGM. Maybe that's what I'm thinking. One of the books never left Scoot. It stayed Scoot. I don't know what it is now though.
If let's just preference it. If Scoot's there at third, Zion's going to Portland. That's the contingency.
All right. D'Lo and Bill Simmons return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Well, guys, look.
We'll get Lewis right after the break. Y'all hit the thumbs up while you're here. Happy to see such a great audience in here on draft day. Excuse me.
Zion for pick 3 feels like such a horrible deal for Portland.
Yeah, it doesn't feel right to me. Doesn't feel right. Ooh, Blake, that's a take right there, boy. I'd take John Collins over Beal all day. He's saying for the contract. Ooh, that is a take, my friend. And he might be. That noise is getting loud, Carlos. Loud. Yeah. Oh, whoops. Where'd you go, Jared? Yeah, Jared, a lot of interest in DeAndre Hunter, for sure. And it appears there's interest in moving him. Nah, man. We couldn't do that today. Yeah, we just couldn't do that. Those shows are fucking brutal. They can be fun. They could be a lot of fun. But it's really tough, and especially drafting at 24, because in years past, we'll take the draft, we'll do the show, we'll get a first pick, do the show, get the second pick, do the show, get the third pick. Last year, once we get to the fourth pick, then we just talk about the Kings unless something major happens. We did that the year before with Tyrese also. So the show would have been so different because we would have been here, but we would have had to follow the draft. And then finally the Kings would have made a selection. And then we probably would have had maybe an hour of show left. I know in those shows, we would go we'd structure the commercials. And I can't remember how we did this. We'd structure the commercials where we'd go 90 minutes straight after the pick was made.
We would go from 5:30 to 7 and take 3 breaks at 7.
That's right. We'd go 5:30 to 7, and we wouldn't take a break until the 7 o'clock hour. Yeah. So no, we're not doing that. If the Kings had, if something had happened and the Kings had been drafting higher, we would have done it. But that's right. We got to thank the Kings for allowing us to have a normal draft night, for sure. We haven't had a normal draft night in 2 years. Yeah, that's facts. Got to hide your wife when Drake Yu's around. No doubt. Hide the wife, hide the girls. I like Leonard Miller. I like him a lot. We were talking about him a little bit yesterday. You heard John Poles. That's big John Poles. Hit that thumbs up. Hit that thumbs up, man. Appreciate y'all being here. Become subscribers as well. We get any growth in subscribers today? You got to be a subscriber to jump in the chatty house. Let's make sure we get to 5,100 subscribers. We only need 21 more. I know all of you ain't subscribed. I've seen the numbers before, so hit the thumbs up. This is a good show. You'll like us. Hit the thumbs up and hit the subscribe button. I thought you liked Jaime Ramsey. I thought you were a fan of his from jump. Rob, we've inspired other stations to do a lot. A lot.
They got a draft show? Hey, California class is about to go crazy.
Yeah, it's gonna be.
It's
fun.
about to go crazy.
That's gonna be fun, and we got that day off. We can just go out there, hang out, and the next day off.
Yeah. which was interesting to me.
It's a good point, John Poles. It's a good point. Would you trade Herter 2 first-round picks for OG?
No.
I'd prefer not to trade Kevin Herter in that deal.
I wouldn't.
I would
They didn't
rather
ask me, but
yeah.
I wouldn't.
No, it's a group question.
I would just sign Harrison Barnes.
I'd prefer not to trade Herter. If you rework that deal, I want you could keep the 2 first-round picks. That's fine. But I don't think I want it to be Herter.
Hey, can we get some air horns? Some birthday air horns?
Oh, birthday air horns. Oh, yeah, we got a couple birthdays. Can I hit the air horns? There we go.
Happy birthday to our guy Complex, man.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, man.
Yes, indeed.
Making moves already out here in Sacramento.
I know you hear us talk about Complex a lot, man. That's our guy. We've got some things cooking with Complex. They're going to be simmering for a while. We're making a hell of a dish. Right? We're making a hell of a dish. But it's in the slow cooker.
Yeah, you know, the cooker.
Yeah, we're like smoking it on the Traeger.
Yeah,
It's going to take a while.
Yeah, it's all good, but it's going to be bomb.
But
when it comes out,
yeah,
it's going to be bomb.
It's going to be good. Dare I say? Yeah, it's going to be life changing. It's legit going to be life changing. At least for the 3 of us, it's going to be life changing. But we've got something cooking. It's slowly cooking. But it's cooking.
The other thing about that that I wanted to mention real quick was, did you see the tweet I had last night? Usually these little threads or something like that, I just kind of watch them and keep moving.
Yeah.
But the one last night was pretty cool. I had to get in there. It was like, using only food. Let me know where you're from.
I did see
and
that.
I had to put the Wayne's Walk on there. I had to put Sherry's on there. Shout out Florence. Shout out 24th. You know what I mean? To my people over there. You don't have to participate Twitter-wise, but what would you put on there for where you grew up?
What would it be? So, man, that's kind of tricky with me because we didn't my mom didn't own a home, right? So we just lived in different places. Like I lived in Citrus Heights, Sacramento, Orangeville, you know what I mean? I lived there. If I were to pick one, this was like high school years. What's it called? Hoff Brew, that place next to Tower Records on Watt and El Camino. Still has the same raggedy ass sign outside. It'd be that. I can tell you this. I've never once eaten there, but it's still there. Tower's gone,
right?
But that thing is still there.
It's a staple.
Yeah, Sam's Hoff Brew. That one. That I probably, because I lived at different times of my life. I lived down the street in one direction and then down the street in the other direction for probably a combined maybe 6 years or so between those two houses.
Gotcha.
But we didn't have a family home. That's not what we.
Well, I mean, that's why I had too. So when I was living over with my grandmother's house, over that way, it was off of 24th, Wayne's Walk. That was the spot. You know what I mean? Big ups to Wayne's Walk. Then we moved over off of Haven side. And Sherry's wasn't the spot family wise. I guess that's close to where I went, but as a family, we never went. Sherry's was the after the club spot in South Side. You went to Sherry's after you left Avalon, after you left Tunel. Where we going? We headed to Sherry's, and Sherry's used to be popping after the club. That was this place to go. Where'd you go after the clubs?
Home.
You weren't we about to go get something to eat. We out till 4 or 5 in the morning, nothing like that.
No, because I had to do it all again the next day. And there was only a short stretch when I was a morning show. Oh, it was not short. It's a couple year stretch where I was a morning show host where I wasn't working weekends. So I might have an air shift to do the next day in addition to doing the 2 clubs. So
you'd be out before the lights came on.
Yeah, that was the rule. Yeah, I would not. I absolutely. If I was at a club and the light came on, oh, I was furious. I was pissed at whoever I was talking to because I was like, I don't need to be here. I need to get out of here. And let's be real. That's when all the bad stuff happens.
Yeah, that's true.
The second the lights come on, everybody personality change.
That's true.
Like, get me the hell out of here. I don't want to be here when the lights come on. I don't want to be here when all you idiots are trying to get out of this gravelly ass parking lot in Old Sacramento. Get me out of here.
Good times, man. Shout out to Wayne's Walk, which somebody said last night. It's amazing that we survived to talk about Wayne's Walk. Wayne's Walk, I don't know if it had it. I'm sure they didn't change anything. They got like a C grade for like inspection. I can't believe we ate at Wayne's Walk. Now I think they're under different ownership, so maybe it's different now. But I remember one time they got like a C grade.
Mm-hmm.
That's not okay.
It's not. Yeah, it's not okay.
It's not okay.
Yeah, it should either be A or failure.
Pretty much.
Heron's asking, was I a part of the El Camino High School radio station? Yes, I sure was. KYDS, baby. KYDS. That was our little high school radio station that you could hear around the high school and maybe 10 feet longer. That's not true. It actually had a decent signal. It actually had a pretty good signal. But that was a blast. I was
That's
so
pretty
thankful.
cool that they did that.
I was so thankful for that program and Mr. Santianes and how he really let us kind of. That was a legit student run radio station with us.
Did you guys play music?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
Like, or was it talk?
No, both. It was whatever you wanted it to be. Like, what did you want to try to do? Like, you. That's where I learned the ins and outs, and it was different. We were working with tapes and CDs and things like that. You know, it wasn't it wasn't what I imagined those young people would be able to work with now. But those young people could work with now. I bet it's dope because you know you have a screen in front of you. It's essentially a giant MP3 player. Tells you how long the song is. Tells you how long the ramp is, which tells you how long you could talk over it before the words start. Like, yeah, that's got to be amazing for those kids now.
They got it going on right now. They got it going on.
That's the life. That's the life indeed. And it's draft day, baby. We're entering the final hour of the show. Matt George is going to join us at some point during the 3:00 hour. Of course, he's working hard as he always does. He just texted he might be a little bit late, but he's going to be here. Can always count on Matt George to bring us some fun content. So he'll be with us here in the final hour of the show. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM, West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRX QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app, live on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320 and YouTube.com/ESPN 1320. Let's talk to our brother Lewis now. 916-909-1320 if you want to get in on the convo. Lewis, what's good, my brother?
Hey, fellas. Hey, how are y'all today?
We good, Lewis. How you doing, man?
Oh, it's draft day, so everything is good. Hey, here's the thing. For the last few days, been listening. I'm always listening, but been a lot of talk about that backup center position and so forth, and I don't quite understand. To me, we should be expecting big things from Neemias. Just for an example, Scoot Henderson was not the runner-up for the D-League MVP, but Nemesis was. And so to me, I think it's his turn to have a spot in that rotation. I feel like, quite frankly, he would have really helped us against Golden State. No slight to Lynn. It looked to me like he came in with good energy for one game, but then what we got for the next 3 or 4 times we saw him out there was less. What do you guys think about that?
Well, I'm a big fan of Neemias, and I disagree a little bit with that. I don't think you would have been able to put Neemias in against the Warriors and he would have been able to play well. I don't think that's accurate. I think that's an unfair position to put Nemi in. But I'm a big fan of Nemi. I hope this is his year to kind of break out and have a position. I know we saw some have a spot on the roster. I know we saw some things last year in the limited time that he did play. It was like, oh, that ain't it. But those are things I think he can work through. Like he was, as Lewis pointed out, he was at the G League. He was in the G League to develop.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully he did. And he's a guy who, regardless of what happens tonight or over the next 8 days and beyond, he's a guy I really want. He's a guy I'm going to be watching really, really closely in training camp that I'm going to want something out of.
Absolutely, man.
I like Neemias Cato.
I do too. I see the potential there. He's got to go and take this job, though. He's got to go and take this opportunity. And I'm not sold on him, but that doesn't mean I don't think he's a good player. I don't have high hopes for him. Maybe that's why I'm not sold, because my hopes are so high. You know, I think he can be rotational big in this league. He's got great size. He's quick, I think, on his feet. He's got to find a way to turn that into being I don't want to say a dominant rebounder. He doesn't have to be dominant, but an above average rebounder and an above average shot blocker. And if he can do those two things, he can play in this league for a long time. I saw it in spurts last year, but I didn't see it enough with the Kings. And that's why I need to see what like I said, I don't think he's playing this summer. I think he's kind of past that. There's really no need for him to play in the summer. He might play, but I don't think there's any need for him to play. It's going to be in training camp, and it's going to be, you know, if he gets those opportunities in the preseason and early in the season, being able to handle that.
Let's get our brother Troy in here, 916-909-1320. What's going on, Troy?
Yeah, what's good, fellas? Hey, man, I had that wing walk today for lunch, bro. The wings and the fried rice, you know what I'm saying?
Yo, the shrimp fried rice. I used to live off their shrimp fried rice. I love it. I like I said, I think they got up to an A grade now, so I think you're good, Lewis. But there was a time when they had a C. I said, "Oh no, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what that's supposed to mean."
Yeah.
But that shrimp fried rice. Oh my gosh.
Right. No vegetables. They do that rice right. And then also, last thing, what's gonna happen when Draymond push up on Chris Paul?
Chris Paul gonna punch him in the jaw. That's what's gonna happen. Troy, we appreciate you. Chris Paul ain't a sucker. He ain't a rookie either. In fact, I'll go one step further. Draymond ain't gonna step to Chris Paul.
Oh no, he ain't gonna do that.
Draymond ain't gonna do
He
that.
ain't gonna try and big dog Chris Paul.
He ain't got onions big enough to step to Chris Paul.
He ain't got Coco Jones.
he ain't got them Coco Joneses.
You don't think so? He's already done it to KD and Poole now.
Did he? He didn't really step to KD though.
Yeah, he did try to curse him out though.
Well, he cursed him out.
I mean, didn't he tell him like we don't need you?
Punched Jordan
But
Poole in the face.
KD not Chris Paul though.
Yeah, KD's not
like Chris Paul. He a little pit bull.
Yeah.
Chris Paul.
I think
give him
Chris
that
Paul will
Julius
bust
Hodges.
Draymond's ass.
They give him that Julius Hodge real quick. Chris Paul hit him like Denzel hit that dude and he got game right in his throat.
Right in his throat. Yeah. What's that?
I can't hear you. What
Huh?
you say? I can't hear you. What'd you say?
What's that? It's Denzel's face. Huh? Okay. So I thought.
I might have to go watch that again, man. Watch that and Above the Rim.
I haven't watched that in so long. Donald, what's going on, brother?
Hey, look, man, don't sleep on the Sam's Hawk bra. That place, it looks raggedy on the outside,
Yeah.
but the prime rib and the roasted turkey, boy, let me tell you.
So what are they selling there? Or what do they cook?
It's
Excuse
like
me.
it's like a old fashioned steak place, and they just serve like roasted meats
and
your classic size like mashed potatoes and. Man, don't sleep on Sales Hawk, bro.
No, I'm not sleeping on it. I'm not sleeping on it, Donald. Let me ask you a question. What is it like? Is it like a cafeteria type joint? Because they always have these meats like up at the front. And
yeah, it's not cafeteria. It is. They got, at least they did years ago. They had waiters and waitresses, but yeah, it's the roasted meats, especially the beef and the roast beefs and the prime ribs. Man, that's some good eating.
Okay. All right, Donald. I appreciate you.
What's it called? I never heard of it. Sam's Hawk.
It used to be right next, or not used to be. Well, Tower Records isn't there anymore, but on Watt and El Camino, right there on the corner.
Is that not far? See, I'm telling you, that's almost a foreign land for me. Is that not far from Country Club?
It's across the street.
Okay.
So
I would say it's by the Popeyes and Winco, right? No.
That's new.
I don't
school.
know.
That's new school now.
Sorry, I'm new Sacramento.
When Damian was there.
I don't know.
I'm new Sacramento. I'm sorry.
So if I'm not out that way anymore, but like there's a country club lanes, bowling alley, or at least there was.
That was my venture out to that
But
area.
I knew it. I knew it because I used to get on the bus right there at Watt in El Camino.
Oh, I remember the Tower Records now. Okay. Yeah,
but that Tower Records, I lived in that Tower Records. And the Hoff joint was right next to it. It has like this big plumpy cook as like cartoon cook as the sign. It's the same damn sign. That. It looks like hell, but the restaurant, at least the last time I drove past it was maybe a year or two ago. It's still there.
Yeah,
it's there.
You could have used
and
that.
then Country Club is a Country Club Plaza is across the way. And then I think there's a Walmart or something over there, but yeah.
That was my venture out. See, that tower was like, it's like everything in Sacramento, right? Tower was down the street on Florin Road from me. Why would I go out to Watt and El Camino?
Tower was Watt and El Camino.
But likewise for you, like, why would you come to the Florin Road Tower? Because that one was right there on Watt and El Camino.
Yeah, I love Tower Records. I'm glad places like Solomon Vinyl are here because Tower Records should live forever.
Yeah, for sure.
I used to not, in my young, stupidity, I didn't recognize Tower Records was like a place, like that was all over California and specifically Los Angeles.
Yeah.
And I remember watching something and they had this, there was a Tower Records sign. There was a Tower Records store with a giant Michael Jackson bad poster on it. It's like, Mom, how come I never saw that? Well, jackass, because it was in Los Angeles.
Don't call little D-Lo jackass.
I didn't know that. I thought it was on Watt in El Camino, and I just never saw it.
Bro, there's nothing wrong with that. I told you about how I wanted to go to Bayside. Because once I found out there was a valley here in Sacramento, I said, there's got to be a Bayside.
Yeah,
I want to go.
That's how it works.
I want to be the next Zach Morris. No.
For a
I
variety
was basically Zach Morris and McClatchy, though. Basically. I mean, without getting in trouble. I didn't get in trouble.
Did you have a phone?
I did have a phone. I had a pager
You had a do-rag and glasses. I see you posting those pictures.
Yeah. The intellectual look with the glasses.
You can't be intellectual with a do-rag on.
You
can't.
Absolutely.
You cannot be intellectual with a do-rag on. You can't have
I
you
did
was trying to be
intellectual
street and intellectual. Look at you. I thought I was confused in high school and Kenny over here.
And CK McClatchy, man. What a place. I love that place. Absolutely do.
That's a fun story. Here, Rob T says, I used to go to that Tower Books all the time. Me too. That's where I first learned that Razor and Diesel were leaving the WWF and going to WCW. They'd have them old like kayfabe magazines on the side, but they occasionally they'd tell you that Razor and Diesel or some superstar is leaving some organization to go for another.
Nah, man, I love Tower Books, man. I used to. I want to say more. I don't know, but I would be in Tower Books as much as Tower Records. I love Tower Books.
I did love Tower Books also. Hey, look at this video of Victor. I don't know why, like this video popped up on the timeline, and I just like look at my man get off the bus.
Watch your head. Oh my gosh.
My brother has to limbo just to get off the bus.
Oh my goodness. You know, the funny thing about seeing something like that is in that conversation I heard with Simmons and Windhorse, they were talking about how typically these guys don't like being as tall as they are. You know, your Kareems. I think Wilt was fine with it, but there's other guys where they're just they're not comfortable. And they say, right. They say Victor's completely okay with who he is, which is cool to see. Like
it's probably something you have to be taught.
Yeah. I'm sure it is, man. But he's super comfortable in his own skin. One of the things that, like I mentioned, they talked about the fashion, how he's into that. Like he is happy being Victor Wembanyama.
I'm all for dudes that are into fashion.
Okay, here we go, Scoot. All right, now, see, you're getting a different view here. All right, Scoot. Yeah, we up to an A.
See?
We up to an A. Yeah, the change is popping.
It's a good look.
He didn't
like
paint
that jacket.
He didn't paint his nails. I'm happy with that. I don't like when the young kids paint their nails. I don't know why.
Okay.
not my bag. Oh.
Ooh.
Oh.
Yeah, Scoot looks
Yeah,
good,
Scoot
man.
went. He
did
got
that.
an A.
Okay.
He got
All
an
right.
A.
Scoot's leader in the
He got an
clubhouse
A.
right now for get up of the night for sure.
Scoot ain't playing with these boys.
I'm just gonna need a shot. I just want to know what very sensible outfit
You see,
Chris
they put
Murray's
a
wearing at home. What's wrong?
his number is 7. They put a 7 in his hair.
They did.
Ooh, he ain't playing with these boys.
They did. I tried to tell you. You know, you a little slower. You slow cooking too. You slow cooking too.
Scoot not playing with these boys.
See, Matt,
out
y'all don't
here.
know how to
Jeez,
y'all don't
Scoot.
know how to dress. Like Matt
What
one
do you
says
mean
that's
that's
terrible.
terrible?
That's crazy.
That's hey, what you talking about?
I know Kimberly ain't talking about this outfit. There's no
Y'all
way
talking
Kimberly doesn't like this outfit. She says nope.
Blake talking about
Y'all
too busy, hated. Stop.
Oh.
Stop.
Oh, y'all would be the ones out there in a gray suit.
He threw them boots on too. Though. Them
Yeah, the
boots
was cold.
That took it to
And
another level.
I can't wear it. Man, that's a great jacket. Y'all are crazy. I don't like the extra necklaces. I feel like there's too many necklaces.
That's how you got to do it. You got to do it. He probably could go one more too if he needed to.
That's too many.
Yeah.
Well, now that I think about it, no, he's wearing 2 necklaces. Is that
H7? It looks like.
so? That's
I think
okay.
that was the number.
I was gonna say that it's gonna be his shoe logo right there.
Yeah. Wish you would have went with the swoosh, but it's okay. It's okay.
Yeah, Scoot. I think Scoot's my favorite in this draft right now.
Yeah,
he's my favorite. As far as if you're just tuning in and you want our opinion, who are the Sacramento Kings going to draft, bro? I don't know.
I have no idea, sir.
Here let's get some different opinions. Who do you think the Sacramento Kings are going to draft?
I don't know. I don't know if.
Yep.
I don't quite know how to answer that.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I don't either. I don't know. I don't know either.
I have no idea. I think I will say this though. I think they will draft somebody, and I'm not trying to be smart ass when I say that, because the thought is trading it.
Mm-hmm.
I think they make the pick at 24.
I think they do too. Who do you think is being drafted at 24?
Is that honestly? I don't know. Is that a trick question?
It's not a trick question, man. We just can't figure out who it is.
I would love for them. Now I'll tell you who I want. I would love for them to get. I'm not even going to get it down to one, but either Leonard Miller, or Sensabaugh. I really like those two guys.
Okay. I felt like when we brought up Sensabaugh with the exception of Bryant seemed to really like Bryce Sensabaugh.
Mm-hmm.
Feel like James was down on him. I can see some concerns with Bryce Sensabaugh, but I do like him.
Mm-hmm.
I like Leonard Miller too.
I like Leonard Miller. I'm also interested in Jet Howard.
So that's one.
Too.
Admittedly, that's one I've only read about and didn't watch. I didn't watch anything on him.
Good ball player. His measurables.
What's his fault?
I mean, I think he's.
Does he have an injury?
Not that I can think of. Not that I can remember. But I think much like a lot of these guys, they're probably most of them probably coming out a year early. Like he could probably use another year of college basketball, but the time to go is right now. So I think his upside is something that I would bank on. He's already a good ball player, but I would bank on his upside. I like Jet Howard.
What do you think about tonight?
You got like a premium peacock.
Oh,
where did that come from?
That's my bad.
Where did that come from?
That's my bad. Don't ask those questions on the red carpet. Come on, man. There's just so many different directions the Sacramento Kings could go based on what does a draft board for 24 look like? Because there's you know what's happening at 1. And you know what's happening at 2 and 3, even if you don't know where 2 and 3 are going. You probably have a good feel of 2 and 3. You might have a decent feel of the top 10. But I'd say you can probably go 14 for sure, maybe as high as 16 or 17 in terms of picks that you don't know exactly what's going to happen.
Right.
And sometimes it could be just one person, and this could very much be Charlotte. I think people have an idea of Like, Charlotte could end Dame Lillard's Portland Trailblazers career tonight. I think that's the way people feel. If Charlotte went Scoot over Brendan, I think a lot of people think that ends Portland's Dame's career with Portland, because so many teams are interested in trading for Scoot Henderson with the Portland Trailblazers more so than trading for Brandon Miller with the Portland. At least that's the perception that's out there. And it seems like it could take one to just have like a domino effect of things that just get a little weird. And all of a sudden, maybe a guy who you thought was going to be gone at 24 is there.
Yeah.
Maybe 3 of the 10 guys that you had slotted at that position are there. Of course, that's why they get paid to be general managers of basketball teams. And I don't. And I just realized what time it is. So we're going to step out. We're going to come back. Matt George is going to join us here shortly. And we'll talk about this draft. We'll talk about the Sacramento Kings as we take you into the NBA draft at the top of the hour here on Sacramento's sports leader, ESPN 1320. I was just going to keep talking. Yeah, let's try that today. Let's do that today.
Hey, do we have to, I'm sure we do have to, but do anything for the California Classic? Like notify them?
Yes, you should have an email from them in your email box. You have to, I couldn't fill it out for you because it's linked to your email. So you have to fill it out.
I got you.
Yeah, I just saw that. Yeah, we've got tickets to the California Classic starting tomorrow. Shout out Megan. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah, we'll have tickets starting tomorrow and taking us all the way through. Well, that's not going to work. We're going to have to end it on Wednesday because she said we're going to end it Thursday at 12, which obviously we can't do. So we'll end it next Wednesday at, the end of the show. Oh, it's you. You're executive producer.
I don't know, man.
You're about to be executive producer of, well, yeah.
I don't know, man. What? Do you remember how big Nomo Mania was? Today, Nomo. That was a big deal.
Yeah.
For him not to be like a Hall of Famer or nothing like that. Like it was a big deal. There's a account that I follow on Instagram that's like East Bay Classics or something like that, like the magazine, the catalog. And they always just show like these old pages from East Bay. And Nomo had his own Nike.
Did he really?
Yeah, like I don't know if they were like necessarily called the Nomo ones or something like that, but they were. He had a deal, and he was the face of it.
Who's Nomo? I only know Mark Garcia part. That's it. That's the closest we get to that.
That was Nomo. They ain't Nomo. He was big time, man. He was big time.
Was he in the NBA or something?
He was I think he was the first Japanese player to come over and play in the major leagues. I could be wrong. But he was this pitcher that everybody was just and he was the truth for like a season and a half. Couldn't hit him. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, do your Googles, Jesse. They ain't Nomo. HIDEO. Nomo. NOMO. Yeah, I don't know if I'll be able to find this. This is crazy, though, what would be in these East Bays, man. They had these Jordan 1s that were like $70.
The best magazine no one ever ordered from.
For real.
I mean, they got to figure out a way to bring this type of stuff back. I know they went out of business, but even if it was a digital magazine, I'd subscribe. And
I saw that. Was he scheduled to?
I have no clue. I'm not sure if it's because he hurt his thumb, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's for that or maybe he's just resting, but yeah, no Domas.
I know I just seen that not too long ago.
I can't believe how many people liked and retweeted that Kings are not interested in trading De'Aaron Fox and Keegan Murray.
Is it still getting traction?
No, I just pulled up Domas's name to see.
And they thought they were being a smart ass, like, yeah, of course. This is in the category of no news.
Oh, man. Spurs expected to draft Victor Wembanyama.
No.
Boy.
They could have left the suspense for us.
I know.
Well, this is a little more like it. this base stuff.
Oh, it's one of those.
It's a little more like it.
It's one of those. Okay.
It's about to be me and Bonte and Visalia if I had another one of those other ones. Cam Whitmore.
Look at, man, our buddy thought he was going to be late, and he's right on time. So we welcome our good friend from the Locked On Kings podcast and, of course, ABC 10, our man Matt George. Matt, what's happening, man?
Isn't it nice to have a draft day where not all of your hopes and dreams are tied into whatever decision the Sacramento Kings try to make? Isn't it fun? I mean, I know it's maybe not as exciting, and we're going to have to wait a while for the Kings to make a pick, but a chill draft day, I love this.
No, you're right. It's not as exciting, but this is better.
Yeah,
this is a lot better.
So with that said, Matt, who the hell are the Kings taking at 24?
I hope you guys are going to tell me. I mean, flip a coin, throw something at a dartboard. I think there's so many options for the Sacramento Kings, and the reality is all those options rely on what the other 23 teams do. Like, you just basically have contingency plan after contingency plan after scenario. But what wouldn't surprise me is if the Sacramento Kings have a guy in mind that has a range from the mid to late 20s to second round, like a Trace Jackson Davis, for example. Like, I've seen a lot of people saying, oh, he's an early second rounder. If he's the Kings guy, the Kings are going to take him at 24, and they're not really going to feel bad about it. Now, some people might say, hey, wow, that's a reach. But in reality, we're talking late first round of the draft. If you find a guy that you think fits with what you're trying to do, helps you ultimately accomplish your goal and works, go out and grab that guy. Don't try and play it cute. Don't say, I really like this guy, but I think he'll be there at 38, so I'm not going to pull the trigger on it, and I'm going to run that risk. No, if he's your guy, just go get him at 24 and figure the rest out later. And I imagine the Kings have multiple scenarios and multiple whiteboards that they're not leaking that have different scenarios on it. So, I mean, I know for me, like, I like the idea of Trace Jackson Davis. I've really warmed up to Omax Prosper. I think Omax Prosper would be kind of a fun pick, especially from a defensive standpoint. I know I was hearing you guys were talking about like Leonard Miller, Bryce Sensabaugh. I think there are a lot of guys in this range that the Kings could pick, and you could go, okay, yeah, let's see what they can do. So I'm excited.
Quick follow-up question. I can't believe I'm going to do this again for the second straight day. Can you check your settings to see if your microphone is connected? Because I'm feeling a lot of air there from the ABC 10 studio, and it just doesn't sound like the crisp Matt George that I'm accustomed to.
It looks right to me.
Oh, okay. Then maybe that's just how you sound now. Well, this is all part of our worked angle. That is our life. Matt,
How about that? Is that better?
Yeah, it's great.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. Matt is convinced our life is a work. Like
Yes.
nothing is real, and like it's all a work.
Huh.
Just not life in general, just our relationship. It's just
No,
one big
yeah,
work.
I think Kenny's for real. I think Kenny's just trying to get in here like he's doing his thing. But yeah, Damian is absolutely. We established either the anonymous GM or Hornswoggle. That's what we've established.
Man, call me. You don't have to hold the microphone like that. Put it
Oh,
back
I'm
on the
doing it.
table.
Nope, I'm doing it now.
Put it back on the table and relax and let's have some fun.
Holding the microphone like LeBron at the press conference.
Matt, we're gonna find out in an hour. Matt's on page 1 of a book. Do you think? Well, okay, not Kings related. What do you think about the Chris Paul Washington Wizards stuff?
I love it. I mean, I think it's such fun chaos. I think it's great. First off, I appreciate and admire the Washington Wizards for going, okay, yeah, we're really making moves and we're not gonna slow down. I mean, trade after trade after trade. Good for Washington. Like, hell yeah. But I understand the initial reaction of everybody was, what in the world are the Golden State Warriors doing? And I saw a lot of like Warriors fans and Warriors Twitter and things like that kind of saying but like, I kind of get it. Like you get off Jordan Poole's money. Clearly the Golden State Warriors don't feel like Jordan Poole is worth the money that they paid him. And I tend to agree with him based off of the disaster that he was last season. Like, Jordan Poole was terrible last season. It was to the point where what?
Playoffs.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, regular season, he was fine. Playoffs, that's what matters to the Warriors. They don't care about the regular season. They care about the playoffs. And when Jordan Poole came into the game in the series against the Sacramento Kings, every time he came into the game, I loved the Sacramento Kings' chances to go on a run because I knew Jordan Poole was going to do something that just wasn't good. There were 2 or 3 different times in that series alone where he missed layups, like hitting the bottom of the rim or the bottom of the backboard. Like, he was just out of control in the playoffs for the Golden State Warriors. And I think he was trying to do too much. And I think the Warriors knew that they overpaid, and I still think he's going to be fine. I think the Washington Wizards got a young player that they can develop and grow, but I get them getting off that money, and their window to win is right now. So maybe Chris Paul helps with that. Maybe he doesn't, but I get it. It could be one of those trades where 2-3 years down the road, if Jordan Poole's doing well in Washington, we're going, what are the Warriors doing? But as of right now, I'm more enjoying it from the standpoint of, yes, trades on draft day, chaos. I love it from that standpoint more than I am dissecting how the trade was for either team.
Do you think that the Warriors got better today?
Short term, yes. Very short term, yes.
Okay. Do you think
long term? I don't think they care.
Well, talk to me how they got better.
Because Chris Paul, I trust Chris Paul a million times more in big games than I trust Jordan Poole, even if Chris Paul is older. I think Chris Paul is an extremely smart basketball player. I think you can plug Chris Paul in to what the Golden State Warriors do, especially with that pick and roll type offense, and he'll be just fine. Chris Paul, people are calling him washed and stuff like that. I disagree with that completely. I still think Chris Paul is a very solid basketball player, that he gives you more of a veteran presence. You don't necessarily need that on that team, but he gives you more of a veteran presence. He's composed. He, I think, can fit in and ultimately help the Warriors win big basketball games. I don't think the Warriors are looking for Chris Paul of 3 or 4 years ago throughout the regular season and the playoffs. But if Chris Paul can help make a difference in a playoff series or two, I think the Warriors are better today with Chris Paul than they would have been with Jordan Poole for sure.
Do you want to?
No, I just disagree. I don't think they got worse, but I also and I've been saying it all day, but much like Bradley Beal in Phoenix, like, I like Bradley Beal the player, but I think that fit is awful, about as bad as it can get. And I look at this thing in Golden State is the same thing. I mean, you're looking at a starting lineup and maybe even a finishing lineup of Chris Paul, Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Wiggins, and Draymond. Like, where's that taking you?
I guess I care less about lineups when it comes to the Golden State Warriors and the way they play basketball, because their lineups have fluctuated so much over their dynasty years of death lineups and small ball lineups and things like that. I trust Steve Kerr to figure out a lineup that works with Chris Paul, one of the greatest point guards of all time, than I do trusting Jordan Poole to help this team win a championship again. I know he was good in the playoffs against the Boston Celtics when they actually won the title and things like that. So I'm lower on Jordan Poole than I probably should be, but watching him in person in that 7-game series, I thought he was a disaster. And I think the Golden State Warriors, their window is right now, and they can't afford to have a disaster on their roster right now. So that's just where I'm at.
Maybe they still.
They're about to re-sign a disaster to 3 years, $90 million next Friday.
Let's say maybe they still have a disaster on their roster.
Yeah, but that disaster has helped them win titles, like significantly helped them win titles. So
okay.
I know he's riding coattails, and I know how you guys feel, but Draymond, come on now. I don't like Draymond Green either, but we know Draymond Green is significantly more important to the Golden State Warriors and their dynasty than Jordan Poole ever was or probably will be.
Hey,
like, let's be honest with ourselves.
That's what I say all the time. Robert Parrish helped the Celtics get championships. Would you sign him right now? Like, look, what he did in the past is fine. He ain't that player no more.
You would take Jordan Poole over Draymond Green today for the Golden State Warriors?
I would.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness! Wow. I guess I'm on an island then, because I absolutely would.
No, you and the Warrior fans. You and Warrior fans aren't.
Well, that doesn't make me feel better. They hate me.
Of course that Kings fans dug up tweets from you, so maybe this is
that wasn't Kings fan. Well, actually, that was Kings Muse shared it. I'm still mad at you, Kings Muse, and you trying to tweet these things to me all day. You screw you, Kings Muse.
Well, it's out there. I mean, just like the Bonte Hill, Chris Paul tweets are out there. They live forever.
I'm gonna just stop tweeting because I don't know what I'm ever saying live. I'm not gonna tweet.
Oh, we've dug up some of your tweets.
I'm not tweeting no more in life.
Nothing will ever beat the Frank Mason backcourt of the future. Mark my words.
That wasn't me though.
No, I know, but
I
in
did
terms
say
of
Trae Young though. I said pair up Trae Young and De'Aaron Fox. I don't care what it costs.
You did say
I must be really like, I guess I need to reevaluate my feelings towards Jordan Poole, because I'm actually a little shook at how easy that was for you guys to pick Poole over Draymond. Like that does not make sense to me.
Well, so there's a couple of things at play. One, I think Kenny and I don't harp on what Draymond Green did in the past. Two, I don't think we look at what Draymond Green did in the past the way that other people do. And three, Jordan Poole's 24 years old.
Sure.
And I am of the belief that Jordan Poole and Draymond Green, because of what happened last year, wouldn't work together. I would have picked Jordan Poole over Draymond. And I would have because I don't know, the part that we haven't talked about today, I don't know what Klay Thompson is moving forward. We realize they're probably just going to play Klay Thompson too and have these like legacy contracts until this thing just bleeds Joe Lacob to death. And he's living with Bonte Hill in Visalia. But I think Jordan Poole with this team would have worked moving forward. And I think if Klay can't be the player that he was, at least on the offensive end, Jordan Poole could have. And I think Jordan Poole would have been better year round, including the playoffs, if Draymond Green was gone. I think that's a difficult thing for a young man to get over. And I was always on Jordan Poole's side. Clearly, the Golden State Warriors are on Draymond Green's side as they're choosing to reward him next Friday for his behavior while they ship Jordan Poole off to what's going to be an NBA sewer for the next few years.
And real quick, Matt, I'll say the other thing to this. Just as awful as people look at Jordan Poole played in that postseason, Draymond was equally awful.
Draymond was much better than Poole in the Kings series.
Really.
Much better.
He got suspended one game, and that's the game they won. He was good in game one.
They won 4 games.
Game two.
They won 4 games, 3 of them with him. And he kicked the Kings' ass in one of the games.
What are you doing in game 7? In game 5, he played great. In game 1, Jordan Poole played really good until he rolled his ankle. Nobody talks about that. Like, he rolled the mess out of his ankle, and that's when he started playing bad.
I don't know.
And then, even then, they won that series. What the hell did Draymond do against the Lakers?
What did Jordan Poole do against the Lakers?
That's my point. Like, people talk about Jordan Poole didn't do anything. And then I'll ask you, who do you expect moving forward over the next 3 years to get better? Who has a better chance to get better?
Well, I mean, it's the 24-year-old, of course, but
that's what we're going for. Like
but
Draymond,
I don't know if Jordan Poole getting better is ever going to attribute to winning the way I think Draymond Green can right now attribute to winning, and the Golden State Warriors are trying to win right now. That's my point. If I'm trying to win today, I'm picking Draymond Green over Jordan Poole, and it's not a hard decision for me.
Well,
but
he went 2 months ago, and Draymond didn't help. What makes you think he's gonna help next year?
Even Kevin John looked at you sideways during this conversation. He looked back at you like, "What the hell is my colleague talking about back there?"
Hey, man, I'm just keeping it real. Like people think I'm a Draymond Green fan all of a sudden, even though I got yelled at by the Warrior fandom for saying that he stomped on Sabonis, which he did. I'm not saying I want Draymond in Sacramento. I sure as hell don't want Jordan Poole in Sacramento. Like I'm good. I don't need either of them on my team. But if I'm the Golden State Warriors, I understand them picking Draymond. I think it's an easy decision for them to pick Draymond over Poole.
This dude Sabonis got curb stomped on his chest, and he got booed by the Warriors fans.
And he apologized. That was the best part. He went to the podium the next day or before the next game and went, "Yeah, I'm sorry. Like I took the story away from my teammates and my coach when I coached the year." Like, what the hell are you apologizing for?
Yeah, sorry, I got my chest caved in by a lunatic. Well, this is all about the Kings and their chances next year in the Western Conference and all that. The Warriors weren't the only team we saw make a trade. We saw the Memphis Grizzlies last night wind up with a player that I did not think was attainable by anybody.
Yeah.
The Memphis Grizzlies landed Marcus Smart last night.
Yeah, I was mad at you. I thought specifically about you and said I was mad at you.
No.
Because you've been talking me off the pipe dream that I had of the Kings somehow making a play for Marcus Smart, which was never going to happen. So I'm irrationally mad at you. But I was shocked. And I thought the Grizzlies made out like bandits. I think it was a phenomenal pickup for them.
So you think they got better last night?
The Grizzlies? Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. They have the back-to-back or the last two defensive player of the years on that roster, and John Morant is going to come back at some point. Like the Memphis Grizzlies are very, very good. I think.
Go ahead, Kenny.
I just don't.
He hates Marcus Smart,
I thought they
too.
stayed the same, pretty much.
Really, you think Marcus Smart does not increase or does not make that team better? Jordan Poole would have made that team better?
No, I just don't look at Marcus Smart the way I guess everybody else does. I mean, he's a really good ball player. I don't think like what Memphis being the 2 seed again next year.
I think seeding's irrelevant at this point. I don't think
Well, they gonna win 55 games again next year? No, I don't.
Not with John Morant out for the first.
I agree. Well, even besides that, I agree with what Damian said earlier. It really depends on what happens with Steven Adams in that center position.
I agree with that.
If Steven Adams can't recover, I think getting Marcus Smart won't be enough to overcome that.
Well, and
I agree with that.
One thing I'll say about Brad too and Marcus Smart is unlike years past, and I did not think Brad Stevens would trade him, but I think 9 seasons for Marcus.
Longest tenured Celtic for
sure.
Well,
yeah, his trajectory is probably going to change here pretty soon.
True.
I believe he's always going to be an incredibly smart basketball. He's always going to be a great asset for whatever team that he's on.
Mm-hmm.
But I do think his trajectory is going to change a little bit. And I don't know that this might be, Brad Stevens, you know how much time Brad Stevens spends with Bill Belichick? This could be get rid of a player a year too early rather than too late. Like Marcus could be really good this year for Memphis, but we'll reevaluate it again in 2 seasons.
Right.
And it could be one of those types of things. But whether it's this year or it's the following year or it's 3 years from now, Marcus is going to change as a ball player moving forward.
Scooby-Doo in the chat got me in my feelings, though. It says Matt's been off his game all week. I don't understand. How is Marcus Smart being acquired by the Memphis Grizzlies a bad thing ever? It's a great
I'm
thing
with you.
for the Grizzlies. It's a phenomenal pickup.
Yeah, I'm with
I mean,
you.
I don't
Matt.
think it's a bad thing at all. It didn't move the needle one way or another for me.
Yeah, but I don't think they're looking at Marcus Smart to be the difference in a championship. I think they're looking at Marcus Smart to be a great guy to hold down the fort while Ja is out, but also help them still remain a really good defensive squad. Like that's a great pickup for Memphis.
One thing we haven't talked about either is, and we saw this in Boston, Jesse can attest to this, that team lacked accountability this year. And maybe Steven Adams didn't have the type of voice who could bring accountability to that locker room. Marcus does. And I don't know how difficult it would be for a guy to walk into a locker room like that But I do believe Marcus Smart does have a certain level of respect across the league. Maybe he could do that. That's something this team needs. They need Steven Adams back just as much as they need accountability in that locker room.
That's
or
the truth.
someone who can do what Steven Adams does. But we still haven't acknowledged, like, Brandon Clark's not playing next year. So I don't know if Marcus Smart is completely filling that void. Like, at this point, at best, you might have a wash.
Yeah.
So
That's all I'm saying. I think it just kind of keeps them where I thought. If anything, maybe it makes them a little better because I thought they might fall completely off to like 6 seed, maybe playing. Maybe this keeps them in the top 6, but I don't think it elevates them.
Yeah. I didn't want
like
Marcus.
Marcus.
No, you don't. I
I
didn't
do
want.
like
I didn't want.
No, you
Marcus.
don't.
I didn't want Marcus in Memphis either, just because I don't like the Memphis Grizzlies. Like I don't.
It's a good fit, like culturally. Like he's gonna flourish in Memphis with that crowd, the culture of that team and that franchise.
Yeah,
they'll love him down there.
Yeah. So we've seen teams around now. We've seen I believe Grizzlies, Warriors, Suns. All this is, Matt, is fear of what the Sacramento Kings are.
Sounds like
Fair. Absolutely. 100%. Best thing you've ever said.
Nothing biased about that remark at all. This
No,
is
it's true.
all
It's facts.
fear of the beam. They fear the beam.
That's what it is.
There's no bias in facts.
You got brighter too.
Speaking of, I
Thicker.
saw that. Don't be concerned about. Don't be concerned about any lights that may emanate in the sky. Do you know? You saw the Domas stuff. Like Domas isn't playing in the FIBA World Cup. Did you see that?
I saw it. I didn't look too much or think too much of it because man's been banged up beyond banged up, so I'm fine with it.
Okay, I didn't think anything of it either. But aren't you talking to Monty tonight? Maybe just throw that question in there after the. Just see if Domas is having surgery or something. Like I know, like originally, I think Sean Cunningham might have asked him recently when they went to the zoo.
Yeah.
They went to the zoo together. And I don't think it was a definitive no, I'm not, or a yes, I am. I think it was more of a we'll see what happens. And I don't know if these two things are tied together at all.
Yeah, if I'm the Sacramento Kings, I'm encouraging him not to play.
Oh, for sure.
Sit down, surround yourself in pillows. Don't go outside. Don't go anywhere near somebody's elbow because somehow it'll find your face. Like, just sit down and relax.
And stay off the ground so you don't get jumped on.
Right. And
it's your fault.
That would be your fault. Yeah. That you become the dirtiest player. And most importantly, Matthew, don't use the ball as a weapon.
Yeah, don't use the ball as a weapon. And then if you see a picture of Kevon Looney, just take it down. Just take it down.
No,
Just
use that to motivate you.
No, report it.
Use that to motivate you. Oh man. So the Kings have 3 picks tonight. We talked about the first one. They got 2 second round picks. This is as lost as I've been on a Kings draft in years. And I've allowed myself, Matt, to fall in love with the OG Anunoby idea. I've lost a lot of hope that that's happening. We just running it back, man. I think the Kings are just running it back with 24, HB, Trey, maybe TD, maybe a little acquisition. I'm getting strong run it back vibes.
I got no problem with that. Absolutely no problem at all. Like I'm okay with that. And because I think the timing is on the Sacramento Kings side, and they're in a position where, and I know we've talked about this before, people aren't going to like this because I know Kings fans like upgrade, do something. Look what the Suns are doing. Look, I get it. But the Kings are in a position to where with less than a calendar year together, they had the growth that they had. What's another year look like with this group together? What's another year look like with Mike Brown and this group under their belt? Plus, like Monty McNair said in his post-season or end-of-season press conference, he talked about a lot of the growth of this team. The next step into getting into that championship window is with the guys that are already here. It's like the conversation around Harrison Barnes has been frustrating and like understand. What's the word I'm looking for? Like I understand it. because that is the clear position to upgrade if you're trying to upgrade your starting lineup, and the Kings have to make that decision this offseason. But the Kings did not lose the Golden State Warriors series because of Harrison Barnes. No, he didn't show up in Game 7. Kevin Huerter didn't show up the entire series. Keegan Murray didn't show up the first 3 games. De'Aaron Fox broke his thumb. Domantas Sabonis got stomped out and was already playing hurt. And the Kings still took the Warriors to 7 and had a chance to win that series.
Reliving all the good times here today, Matt. Jeez.
But that's what I'm saying. There's so many reasons why the Kings didn't win that series, but so many people want to say if Harrison Barnes were not on this team and it were somebody else in that position, then the Kings would have absolutely won that series, or that's the only way that the Kings can win going forward. I call BS. I think Harrison Barnes is totally fine for this team going forward. And people don't understand. You sign Harrison Barnes to a contract, you can trade him down the line. I was having a conversation with Howard Beck about this. He thinks not only is it a good idea for the Kings to re-sign Barnes because of how he fits right now and to run this team back and give them another chance, and he already understands how to play with this team and he's reliable and yada, yada, yada. He also thinks that if the Kings are going to make a big swing move at a trade deadline in 2 years when their championship window has arrived, Harrison Barnes in that contract is probably going to be the first piece that they're using to make that swing and make that deal. Just because the Kings can make a deal today doesn't mean the right deal is there for them to make today. So OG Anunoby would be amazing, but I'm not giving up Keegan Murray to do that. And I don't think the Toronto Raptors are considering anything that doesn't start with Keegan Murray at this point. So that's not the right deal. Something else is going to become available at this year's trade deadline. Next offseason, something else is going to come available. The NBA proves that time and time and time again, and it's probably a guy we're not even considering is available right now. Bring Harrison Barnes back. It's the best move that you can make, the best realistic, smartest move that I think you can make at this point. Don't massively overpay for him, which I don't think the Kings were ever going to do. But I think bringing Harrison Barnes back is not a loss by any means for this Kings team.
Quick follow-up. Quick follow-up. What's massively overpay to you?
Like $22+ million a year.
So would $20 million a year be just a regular overpay versus a massive overpay?
Yeah, I like my number that I'm comfortable per year for Harrison is like $19 million a year.
Okay.
Like if you do a 3 year, like 3 years, $60 million is like my cap, or like, and that's
okay.
That's kind of where I'm at. And I don't think Harrison's going to command that much. And I would hope Harrison isn't going to demand that much. Like, but I don't know. I don't know. Harrison's played through hell and then had one good year. Does that one good year make up for the hell that he's been here? Does he think he can get more elsewhere? I don't think he can. I know other teams are going to be interested in having him, but those teams that are interested in him are going to be contenders. And are they willing to give him that much money? So I think Harrison at like $18 million a year here in Sacramento is a tremendous win for Monty and the Kings if they can do it.
You're talking that talk, Matt. I agree with everything that you say. Now I will present another scenario for you. Let's say Harrison goes for $20 million a year, and Kyle Kuzma calls and says, "I'll play for $20 million a year." Who are you taking?
Harrison Barnes. I think Harrison Barnes is way more reliable. Now Kyle Kuzma could explode and go off, and Kyle Kuzma has that upside, and it feels like Kyle Kuzma has been trying to get to Sacramento forever, because every time he plays in Sacramento, it's like he's auditioning for the team and he puts up good numbers. Kyle Kuzma has killed the Kings in the Golden One Center on numerous occasions. But I trust Harrison Barnes more to help this Kings team win. Plus, I think Kyle Kuzma you have to introduce and incorporate into what the Kings are doing versus Harrison. You don't have to do that. And I think that's a big difference. Like, I think people gloss over that. Like, that's a big difference to have someone who you can bring into training camp day one, and Mike doesn't have to back up to teach him. He says, okay, let's build upon what we just did. Let's take this to level 3. Let's take this to level 4. Training camp last year was about establishing the system that Mike and the coaching staff wanted to play. This year is about tweaking, or this training camp can be about tweaking and building upon it. If you have 5 guys that are coming into your starting lineup already day one that already know the foundation and now have a playoff series in their back pocket that they can build upon, man, Mike can hit the ground running. So I think that's a big deal as to why bringing Harrison Barnes back would be a great idea.
I feel you, man. I have no problem with Harrison Barnes coming back here, and for all the reasons that you mentioned. Absolutely.
I do want to point one other small thing out as we talk about this team running it back and, just bringing all of these guys back, doing it again.
Fringe tour.
Monty's never once tipped his hand.
Not at all.
Now, the OG stuff might have been out there. There might be different rumors out there. It's not the first time the Kings have been attached to rumors. But Tyrese kind of came out of nowhere. Tyrese and Domas kind of came out of nowhere. It'd been bubbling a little bit. You hear things, then it get abandoned. You hear it again, then it get left. And all of a sudden, Domas is coming to Sacramento. Tyrese is out. Kevin Huerter thing came out of nowhere.
Out of nowhere.
We talked about Malik Monk. I don't know. We really thought Malik Monk was going to come here.
Yeah.
It all boils down, and I think this can play into the conversation about tonight too, Matt. We've all rode with Monty this far. Whatever happens over the course of the next month or so, and beyond, obviously, we've got to believe that Monty believes this is what is going to get the Kings to that next level.
Yeah, he's 100% earned that trust no matter what. Whatever decision he makes, even if I would not make that decision or I disagree with it, he deserves the proper time and the respect to see, okay, can the Sacramento Kings get it done? Plus, Monty and the Kings fandom are now in a position that they've never really been in, except Monty has had experience at least being in the front office of a winning team in Houston. Here in Sacramento, we have no idea how to build a winning team because we haven't seen a winning team in almost 2 decades. So we're all kind of going off of it together. And the last thing I'll say about Harrison Barnes, too, to just kind of drive this point home is like, I'm looking at Harrison Barnes as the 5th option in the starting lineup next year. Like, Keegan Murray is number 3 to me. He's going to make that jump, or he should be trying to make that jump. I think the Kings want him or expect him to make that jump. That makes Kevin Huerter number 4. And there are games where Kevin Huerter could be 2, Keegan could be 1, De'Aaron could be 2, Domas could be 4, based off how much Domas passes the ball. Like, if Harrison is going to quote unquote disappear at times, if Harrison has nights where he only scores 6 or 8 points, but he's the 5th option on offense, but then he also has nights where he drops 20, where maybe De'Aaron or Domas is struggling, I trust Harrison can give me that. Plus, he can hold that position down. So I think the arguments for keeping Harrison are tremendous. And if Monty decides Harrison is the guy, then Monty deserves that trust. Now, if Monty decides that Harrison isn't the guy and he decides to let Harrison walk, one, he better have a replacement in place. That's why I'm not, like, if I think Harrison Barnes is walking, I'm going into day 1 or day 2 of free agency, and I'm making sure I figure that out immediately. Because if I'm waiting till day 3, day 4, I think Harrison's gone. I think there are enough teams out there that are going to want a player of Harrison Barnes' caliber. He's an absolute starter in this league, even if he disappears and struggles at times during the regular season and during the playoffs. So if you go into the first 3 days of free agency and you're kind of stringing Harrison along because you don't know if there's going to be a trade out there that you can get, maybe you're negotiating for OG still, and then Harrison goes and signs with who the hell cares, now you're in big trouble. But whatever Monty does, he absolutely deserves our faith that it's going to be the right move, or if it's a bad move, or if it's something that doesn't work, that he deserves the faith to fix it.
Can I share an opinion with you? I think they know now.
I do too.
I still think there's something to the OG stuff or something to a trade, but I do believe that's the one thing that had a deadline. I never thought tonight was the deadline for any potential Sacramento OG deal. I do think next Friday is, though. And I think there's a call between whether it's Monty McNair or Said Ujiri or Wes Wilcox or whoever has been involved in these conversations. Look, are we doing this or not? Because if we're not, we're moving forward. And I think for Sacramento, moving forward means Harrison Barnes. I don't think there's a situation where 3:00 next Friday gets here and we're just looking around waiting for a Kings tweet to drop. Like, it'll be done before then.
I agree.
That's
completely.
just my
No, I feel you.
I think you're 100% spot on.
Well, I like when everybody tells me I'm right. I'll say that right now.
Do you have any second round guys that you would like the Kings to take a stab at?
I'm about as useless as it comes when it's evaluating second round talent. I'm almost useless at 24. Like, I've leaned so heavily on the great guests that we've both been able to get. Amazing people like Bobby Gerald, right? Thank God for those people. Like that really truly understand and can break this down. And they're the ones that are selling me on prospects while I go and watch a mixtape online and pretend I can break down this dude's game. So
Bobby, Bryant West, Jill Adge, they take it as their personal mission. I'm going to find a dime in the second round.
Mm-hmm. 100%. Yeah, second round, I don't know. Some people say Sissoko, cool if he makes it. Some people say Imani Bates. I've had people tell me you should avoid Imani Bates like the plague. So I don't know. Like, no clue. Great insight. You're welcome. Checks in the mail.
We're still avoiding things like the plague. All right.
Hey.
That's a.
Should we avoid it by like the pandemic or something like
it
that?
probably like is the plague.
Can we call COVID a plague? Is that a little like aggressive?
COVID was a pandemic. The plague is it's a bacterial disease. Like we probably already got a shot for that when we were like 2. So maybe we should find a new saying. Avoid it like the plague. Well, I got a shot for the plague when I was like 2 months old.
Well, be a trendsetter. You can come up with something new.
Avoid it like the vid.
Like the vid.
Like the vid.
Too soon.
No, I don't want to do that. Kevin Hart said the vid, and it was kind of cheesy. Like Kevin Hart sometimes tries to make you laugh by saying words really aggressively. I got the vid. I got the vid. It's like, okay, you're not actually being funny.
Oh, it works on me.
Yeah.
Well, why does that not surprise you?
100%. I adore Kevin Hart.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say you're Kevin Hart's target audience. You and Britt.
I think
you and Britt.
Oh, Britt, absolutely. Britt can't stand stand-up comedians. She cannot stand them. She thinks stand-up comedy is useless.
Wow, goodness.
And we're going to on a cruise here in like a week, and I'm forcing her to go to all the comedy shows on cruises because they're funny and they're great. I love comedy shows, but
like,
Britt is like, I don't care.
I like Cardi B saying coronavirus. Coronavirus.
Where are you cruising to?
Cruising to Mexico.
Okay.
Yep.
You. Good stuff. Nothing.
And I'm going to miss the Cali Classic, which means Victor Wembanyama is guaranteed.
Wow.
Definitely playing.
And I'm going to miss the first 2 days or 3 days. Well, I'm going to miss like the day we set sail is when free agency begins. So
wow.
Guaranteed fireworks. You're welcome, everybody.
Big verse Scootin, game 1 of the California Classic.
And Matt George won't be
Giannis
there for
is coming to the Kings.
Also,
there it is. Whatever you're about to say, you're going to have to save it for the stream because we're going to the NBA draft right now on ESPN 1320.
Holla.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, like, if I'm the NBA, I don't want Victor Wembanyama playing in Sacramento. I want him playing in Vegas, and I don't think he plays in both. So I'm hedging my bet that Victor is not playing. And that's selfish, and I don't care.
I didn't think he was going to play in summer at all. So I was surprised when he said I was playing in summer league, and agitated that whoever the stupid reporter was didn't go, well, which one? Both of them? One of them?
I think that was Mark Spears.
No, it wasn't Mark Spears.
He had the video.
Mark asked the question?
I don't know if he asked the question.
Because Mark would have been like, hey, do it in Sac.
Yeah.
Do it. Mark would have repped. Mark would have said, hey, Brody, 18,000 strong for you. They going hard for you.
Coronavirus.
Oh, my goodness.
You guys are comedian fans?
Yeah.
Certain comedians.
Do you guys like, do you know Brian Regan or do you like Brian Regan?
Never.
I don't know who that is.
Brian Regan is my all-time favorite comic because he is a complete family-friendly comic. And before you dismiss it, it is really difficult to be hilarious without like just screaming expletives. And the screaming expletives works for me every time. But like Brian Regan's comedy, go and check him out. He's hilarious. I love Brian Regan. So if you get a chance, go and watch Brian Regan's comedy. I've seen him live a couple of times. He has some specials online. He's phenomenal.
Hey, Russ, I'm going to go on a limb and say no.
Watch the game tonight. See what happens. Matter of fact, I'll bet you $100 they lose. Let's shake on it.
By double digits.
Shake on it. I bet you they lose.
Oh, man. All right. Well, let's go watch the draft, I guess.
I'm off to the Golden One Center. I'll see you guys later.
All right, man.
Are they having a draft party?
No, it's just a media thing.
Oh, okay. Well, we worried about it.
Yeah,
David, Jim Gaffigan is great too, but they're like equal levels of family friendly, but Brian Regan's funnier.
Well, they're digging it.
Yeah, Brian Regan's hilarious.
Brian Regan.
Check it out.
So we will see you next week?
Yeah, Thursday is the day before I leave, so you'll see me on getaway day.
All right, beautiful. All right, my friend.
right.
Have fun tonight.
Thanks for having me, guys.
All right, thanks, buddy. So, man, Matt George right there. We'll go too. We got to get home. We got to watch the draft.
Guys, enjoyed the draft. I actually got baseball. Oh, I think I'll be done by the time, but I think I'll be done before the Kings draft. So maybe not.
It's our first normal draft in 2 years.
I know,
We could
right?
go home and watch the draft.
What did we do last year? Oh no, Keegan.
We did the show. We did a long show.
World class reaction that day.
Yeah, it was an all.
Fucking Jesse.
I had to post the reaction. What did you want me to do?
Snake ass Jesse.
The own people
got aggregated by our own producer. Damn. All right, guys, have fun. See you guys tomorrow. Yeah, we got a show planned for you tomorrow. Bryant West is with us, Kyle Madsen, James Ham, and that's just the plan now. We already got Will Z booked for next week. We got a lot. We good. Have fun, guys. See you tomorrow.